Oh, I forgot my mic is muted. Hi. Hi, SC. Hi, Frontier. How you doing? I hope you are doing good. Gosh, I forgot. It's a little bit of a weird morning, right? I was supposed to do Pokemon Scarlet and also Tetris 99 today, but something happened, so now I cannot do it. It's okay though. You know, there's always Skyrim with me. there's always Skyrim with me. Skyrim is good. Also, let me open up all the mods and shit. Yeah, Skyrim. Skyrim is great. Okay, let me just double check if I got the right profile in. And just in case, right? Just in case. I mean, I might even try to open up the game to see if I got the right profile. I mean, it should be right. yeah, that's the thing. I have two different profiles. One have 56 mods, one have 8 mods. So, yeah. Hi, Rogue. Welcome. Let me just open up the game and see if I got the right one. I mean, if I got the wrong one, then you guys will not be able to see it for now. Right, let me just open up and check. Just making sure. Also, I'm pretty sure the game is now like louder, so that I don't need to like boost the game to too loud at this point. So it's all good. Okay, main menu looks right in game. I love how everyone's just starting to boop and hug Pinky first. Oh yeah, I stopped here because I died. Okay, good. So this is where I left off with. Let me just quit the game real quick. I'll reopen the game afterwards because, boy, I cannot move my mouse to the other screen to manage things. So it's okay though. Since there's only like 8 mods, it should be fine. It shouldn't take long to open it. Okay, CC is on. A voice meter is on. Yeah. Also, I'm a little bit on a little bit on the sad side today since my sister flew to Czech Republic. Ooh. Flew to Czech Republic last night. It's like, have to wait for another close to a year for her to come back here again. Although I'm glad for her, you know, being able to stay over there, live with her boyfriend. Yeah, all good. Just a little bit sad that the reunion is so short. Okay, let's see. Everything is good. Open up this one. Yeah, just let me double check real quick. Yeah, should be good. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Okay, let me just shrink myself. Look at that. the shrink. Oh, the shrink feels weird. Oh, why am I facing that way? There we go. Oh yeah, I should putting it here a little bit. I mean, I'll be always blocking the gold count and also the carry weight. Hopefully that's fine. Hopefully that's not too bad. Okay, let me just close this. This one is good though. This is a phone game. I've been addicted to Creatures of Aether lately. It's great. And of course it's Aether. So music is always a banger, you know, when it comes to like the Aether universe games. Oh, so yeah, 56 mods, there we go. Thirst. The thirst. It's just something else. Although I do heard people that there are some people out there who download like, well, it's not only just download but also enable like 300 or something mods. It's like, how does that even work? I feel like the game's just gonna crash every time we open the game. That's insane. Okay, so this playthrough is... what do I do again? I do... sneak backstab, I think? God, I don't remember. Also, I make a lot of potions. Okay, a lot of potions as always, because I like making potions. Yeah, definitely sneak. Yeah, backstab. Light armor. Oh, I was on my way trying to make the punching build. So I'm trying to upgrade my enchanting. Yeah, I'm trying to upgrade my enchant. Trying to get to the last one and also get everything stronger around here. Yeah, and the extra effect. Should be fine. It's gonna take a while, so for now I'm still gonna stick with my the dagger build. The backstab build. Oh, I already have Elven Bow. Oh yeah, Nazim. I forgot about Nazim. Oh yeah. Nazim is OP as fuck, by the way. Okay, who are you? Basks-In-Darkness. Oh yeah, aren't you like the DM or some shit? You have like maximum sneak, I think. I mean, my sneak is pretty good. And then Basks-In-Darkness' sneak is also really good. They should kill. Oh, okay, it kills. What was that? Someone died. What was that? I don't know. Also, I realized, the more I play this game, the more I realize that this followers becoming invisible is the extensive follower mod. They'll be like they will not just like duck when I sneak. They will become invisible. So good. It actually helps a lot. Look at that. Maximum sneak. Stealth archer. Stealth archer so stunk. Hey, Bask, no, don't kill. Don't kill yet. Alright, chill. I wonder if I can one-shot this bandit plunderer. I hope so. Let me try. I do need souls. Yeah, I do need the thing. Yeah, I need soul gems. So I'm trying to get a lot of soul gems so that I can upgrade my... I can keep spamming the enchanting perk. Alright, let's just try to kill them. Do I need to undress for the occasion? Or do I need to undress to kill? Maybe not. Do I have muffled armor on? I don't think I added that perk yet. Yeah, I didn't. You know what? Let me use 1 point for this. There. Noise from armor is reduced by 50%. It helps. Alright, there we go. See? They don't even hear me. Hey, Bask, are you here? Okay, good. Hopefully this kills. Yep, I was right. It doesn't kill. Never mind, that kills. That stands though, holy shit. Oh god. Need to get all the lockpicks. Need to get everything here. You know, and anything can be moneymaker. Albeit some of them is just like a value of 1. But it's fine. A value of 1 means that I just need to make more of them, or take all of them, so that I can sell for money. I can wear this, right? Why is this weight 2? Yeah, they'll do this. It's the extensive follower mod that does that. You zone out what? Not much happened. I just killed a bunch of bandits. Still on my way trying to find trying to find some a money maker. I mean, I just like take all the things possible without being over encumbered, and then just sell them for money. It's almost like what I do in what I do in Divinity. I just take every single junk possible and just sell them for money. Like, albeit just like 1 gold pieces, but hey, that works. That's 1 gold pieces more. That's 1 more shiny. Maybe I should get back to Divinity soon. I still have like my what's it called? Bersigna no. Bersigna no. Oh hey, Bask. This is also extensive follower mod. I can just like trade and then there. Hey, do you want to take this? I think Elfen Dagger, yeah, Elfen Dagger is way stronger. Scimitar, Robes of Quickening. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. I'm married to Lift Her Tail. How can I forget such... Oh god. I'm sorry, Lift Her Tail. I don't deserve you. Oh god. I did. On the first episode. Well, the first session. I married Lift Her Tail. I was like, I went to Riften, wanting to find Kirava and Talon J, and then I saw like Gil and Harris is there, and then I saw out of the corner of my eye Lifts Her Tail. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Immediately I went to get Amulet of Mara. After months, this game still gives me a lot of chuckles. This game's great. Argonian account, I'll take it because it's Argonian. Oh yeah, also I have an interesting armor. Look at this. It's a fairly sus armor, but I think it doesn't violate Twitch's TOS, I believe. I mean, if this violates Twitch TOS, then all of Hot Tub section is like in danger. Ooh. Kill. Ooh. Feels good, man. Argonian sus. Hi, Narix. Oh, Skooma? I just know that Skooma is a drug in this game. Vote Argonian. They vented. Good morning. Hope you're doing good, Narix. Did you mean Morrowind farming equipment? I have no idea what they do with Argonians in Morrowind. Never played that game myself. Glass bow? That looks really strong. My bow doesn't have... yeah. 30... or 28. Oh, it's weaker. What do you mean it's weaker? After sleeping for 24 hours yesterday, I woke up on time today. Oh shit. Oh, were you doing... oh god. Feels pretty weird, but hey. Weren't you doing like the league for Path of Exile yesterday? Or was it 2 days ago? Ah, yesterday. Okay. I'm super blurred today. Had a bit of a rough morning. That's why I decided to play... Well, it's not that I decided to play Skyrim. I don't get to play... You know, I don't have access to my Switch anymore because my family suddenly just like, oh, we want to play the Switch. It's like, okay, well, alright. I mean, if you want to, sure. Like, very sudden, it's like, we want to play the Switch. It's like, oh shit, okay, well, here you go. I mean, I'm okay with that. They can have fun with Switch. The Switch is not only the Switch is not my own personal thing, I would say. It is a family console, so I do have to keep that in mind. So I guess every Sunday is not possible for me to play Switch then. Put it in very bluntly. Moisturize? Oh, I will, thank you. Then they enslaved them, like, I mean, they went into Black Marsh for decades acquiring farming equipment. So they just enslaved the Argonians and let them do farming. That's kinda sad. It feels like in the Skyrim or in the Elder Scrolls universe, people treat Argonians and Khajiit and the Khajiits very in a very harsh way. I should do a quick save here. I vaguely remember last time I died here. Kill! Oh, it's a Khajiit, sorry. Elven Sword of Fire. Ooh, look at the amount of money I can get from that. I'll say so until you take a single look at Black Marsh. Is Black Marsh like terrible?
Send another one in here. Send two. I don't care.
They strong. He's strong. You. Oh. I cannot best you. You don't know where I am. Fuck, they know where I am. Get him, Bask. Get him. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Somebody's rushing my way. You know what? Skimitar, help me. No, you little shit. I know how to dual wield things. Get fucked. Oh yeah, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Am I dead? I might be dead. Oh, home cooked meal. Oh, this is for you, Lift the Tail. You're the best. Everything is raw. I didn't cook anything. Oh, that's sad. Everything is raw. That should be good. Help me, Bask. Oh, that's one shot, dude. Thank you, Bask. Thank you, Basks-In-Darkness. You're the best. You want to shoot the guy down there? To think that character exists canonically in the game as a book character is horrifying. I don't think it exists canonically. Livsatail is a character that exists because I downloaded a more Argonian NPC mod. What are you shooting at? What are you doing? Fiction within fiction? I mean, she comes from a book, doesn't it? Like, we know Livsatail from the Lusty Argonian maid books. Guess it's all over. No, it's not. I'm the master of sneaking because I'm I'm not doing any damage. That guy dodges. Get him, Bask. You got this. Shoot him. Dude, this guy's the master of dodging. Where are you? Where are you? He says. Yeah, he can. He literally cannot Bask. He literally cannot. He's stuck there. He's stuck there. There's nothing he can do. Well, except for hiding like a bitch. Gosh damn. There we go. Look, I have 152 steel arrows. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. Hello, who's there? He says. I love this game. I love this game. It's janky as fuck, dude. Oh. Okay. Oh, we did it as a team. Oh yeah, there's a kitty in here. Hey, do we want to kill that? I mean, I could summon Nazim. Hey Nazim, do you want to take care of the kitty? Alright, there you go. Let me just... Fucking Nazim, dude. It was a play written by the most thirstiest man in Morrowind. So that's how... Oh, it's a fiction way of fiction. The first fiction is in the game, and then within fiction means that in the game wrote a fictional character. Oh, I think I understand it now. Yeah, okay. That's what you mean by fiction in fiction. Do I feel like a big brain. It's a master lockpick? Shit! How am I supposed to open this up? Oh, I found it. Oh shit. Is it here? It's a little bit more. There we go. Ooh. That's tough. Yip yip. You wanna yip yip? No? Hi. Yip yip. I entered the skin. No. I'm just trying to show you guys that the thing is in master difficulty. I can hide on demand. I'm the master of sneak. I'm the sneakiest of both. Nazim's just go like, cool. I mean, this armor looks good. Ooh. Maybe I should share my wine with Basks-In-Darkness. I crave for long Longitude. May my wish come true. My wishes came true. I now possess a long snoot. Also very cursed. Why the long face? I would cry. Oh, I gave you all the wine. Could you let me get one? There, you can have it. Cheers, cheers. All right, all good. Because we won. That's it, I think. There's more people here, right? Oh yeah. Don't block, don't block. Jangan block. I'm not playing Dota, you don't need to block the crypt. Oh boy. That's a free kill, baby. Uh-oh. Get him, Bass. Sorry. Dwarven Bow? 23? 23 is way weaker, right? I'm not taking that. Hey, Bass, we have a problem. Like, we may have a problem or two. Maybe you could do it? I should help, right? Yeah, I should probably help. Look, as a kobold, my first instinct is to hide. Alright, you cannot blame me for that. Oh, good stuff, Basks-In-Darkness. You're so strong. You're the best. Good to have you on my side. Well, I tried. My dagger doesn't do a lot of damage somehow. Like it's how much? 15. 15 times 15. 25 That's 75 damage. But it didn't kill. Although I could just summon Nazim and win the whole game, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's been proven from the last session of Skyrim, Nazim can single-handedly punch a dragon to death, so... Yeah, Nazim is pretty strong, I would say. May I even say broken at this point? Or at least for now. Right, since I'm still very early in the game. 15 times 15 is 235, is it? Ooh, asu. Oh. And then Iuling. Oh, you're right. Dude, that's 225 damage. Sorry, math is not my strong suit, as proven. 225 doesn't kill, that's a lot of damage. I mean, I already got the backstab perk. How else can I get more damage other than using a stronger weapon? Leveling up does more damage? So leveling up in Skyrim gives a little bit of a base state increase? Question mark? I mean, you would think that I played this game for 181 hours. You would think that I know about this game. No. I still, there's still so many things I don't know. What the fuck? Nazim, please. Thank you very much. Hey, yo, fuck. Good job, me. Thanks, me. We did it, me. Let's go, me. Mammoth task? 5? Ah, that's so heavy. Also, venison is so heavy. Oh, I can level up now? You're right, I can. What do I want? Stamina. Mm, I'm using dagger, right? Like, if I'm using dagger, will I get buff from like one-handed? No, this archery. I probably will, right? This armsman. One-handed weapon do 60% more damage. I'm pretty sure it does. But then again, I'm trying to build my punchy punch build, but it's gonna be a long shot because like currently I'm already like investing all points to sneak, so it might be a bit of a problem. I guess I'll stick with sneak stabby stab for now until I have like my enchanting to 100. Then I can play around with the punch build that I always wanted. Right, here we go. Let's see. Now it's... Yep, it does. It now do 17 damage. That's pretty good. Also, what we do? Oh, shut the fuck up, Nazim. Oh, I was doing the folk reef thing. I don't wanna. Speak to Lord. Who Lord? Who's Lord? Face sculptor in Riften? Sodium Ignite Spoon? Oh, there's so many things I'm trying to do here. Gold ore for Madisi. 2 floors sapphires for Madisi. Anything for Madisi. But then... It didn't mod enough, your game didn't break. True, but I don't want my game to break. I think this is a good enough mod. Like 8 mods for a clean one is good enough. Okay, I need to find a bunch of things, right? You still cannot figure that out? Oh, it's all in town. High heel physic. Oh, the spoon is here. Oh, that's very close. And then the graybeards. Do I want to do the graybeard shit? I probably should. I never really do the main quest in this game. Yeah, I probably should do that. But how about this? Let's focus on the main quest line today. Because I after High Hrothgar, I just never really I just kind of want to know what's going on with the dragon that tried to kill me at the start. People call them Alduin? I mean, I never met Alduin myself, but there's so much Alduin art that I just cannot avoid the name at all. I mean, to be fair, this game has been out for like years. So, yeah. How do I even get there? Why haven't dragon? I did dragon, didn't I? I did. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Oh. Argonian #1. Oh, that's bad. Goodbye world. Oh, that didn't kill me. You only kill heaven, right? Can I even ride dragons? I mean, that would be great. Both ways, you know, ride and ride. Oh, oh, gold ore. This is for Madesi. This is for Madesi. It's a cave. I mean, there's a cave, that's good, but I cannot go to cave too much anymore because I'm out of carry weight. Yes, you can. I assume you're saying that I can ride a dragon. Shit. Finish the whole DLC? You mean I don't even know what is DLC at this point. Like, I mean, I know what DLC is, but what is the DLC content in this game? Like, what even? What? What the fuck? Dragon taming? Are you... I don't trust you. How is that dragon taming when I'm the dragonborn? When I'm dragonborn trying to kill dragons? You're telling me that I can tame dragons? Okay, house building I did for Lives a Tale. Dragon taming don't know yet. Vampire slaying killed them, I think. Some, not all. How do I go to Everstead? Hi.
Huh?
Huh?
Yes.
No? Why kill dragons when you can make them your bitch? Narix, are you saying that I can make you my... Oh shit. I mean, hell yeah, man. Kill. Kill. That is right. Oh, wait, I remember why I didn't kill. I'm playing in a little bit harder difficulty, right? I'm playing in expert. Ah, no wonder. It's not adept anymore. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, Roxas. Uh-huh. What you want, huh?
You there, traveler, over here.
What? What?
That's close enough. Come on. Now you.
Oh, there it is. I got pissed by vampire now. Thanks. Mixed armor? Did you kill all of them? Shit, you're very strong. Holy crap. No one here contributing? Didn't know it was a command. I just know about the redeem. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, I never really like used the sim command a lot since I forget to. It's a command that it's made by Roxas. So even I forget most of the time. But yeah, it is a it is a command that people can use. Also, I agree that it should be in the thousands. Like, I should be ashamed that it's not in the thousands. Seribot? Seribot knows flip as well? That's kinda cute. I don't know. I mean, I have Seribot in the channel for a while now. Because Seribot is like a godsend at this point. It stops follower rate so much. You know I mess up? That means I didn't make. That means that I did not mess up because Cerebot is in my channel. Cerebot is not made by me. Cerebot is made by someone else, and they added this command in. We're gonna love Cerebot. Is this the way to Iverstead? Maybe. I need to get all the mountain flowers so that I can make more potions. I mean, like, they're not the best ingredients, but they help. Oh fuck, oh shit. Help? Oh, Basks-In-Darkness, I need help. Eat all of these, eat all of these. I'm keeping raw beef though, because I know beef stew is really strong. What is bone break fever? Oh, fuck. Basks-In-Darkness, please help. Oh. Thank you, you're the best. When you get shock collar, what the fuck? No. No shock collar. What do you mean? Oh. What? Just gonna give him a good old hug first before before killing the wolves. What the Giga Chat move? It just makes me realize, is shock color even a thing anymore? Like, isn't shock color supposed to be like something in the medieval era where they like they put on the color for slaves, I think? Don't they use it for that purpose? And then now I don't think there's any more I don't think there's any more stuff like that. Shock color, I mean, why would anyone want that? I hope this is the way to Iverstead. It seems close enough. Hi. Oh, I know this. This is the quest. The quest. Escort Telraf. This guy. Escort Telraf. It's a scam. I'm not gonna do that because I don't think I'm strong enough currently. I mean, I know I have Basks-In-Darkness, But like, I almost got killed by a burr. That's how weak I am. That's how weak I am currently. Hey?
Is someone there?
What? Ooh. What do you mean? You tried to kill the elk, you hit me? Why are you trying even to kill the elk? You're a farmer, not a hunter.
I'm on my way to Solitude to join the Legion. The United Empire is better for everyone.
I guess? I just want to kill all Empire and Legion. Like, I guess that will be the ultimate goal in the very far future for this game that I want to do. Like, I don't even know how to get, like, super OP so that I can kill everyone in the game. But I see a lot of people do that with magic. Which I don't do magic, so it could be a bit of a problem.
Come along, no more stops. We need to find our way to Solitude.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to get the...
Going to a wedding at this far-flung end of the Empire anyway.
I told you it's the wedding of Vittoria Vici, an extremely well-connected merchant with the East Empire Company. The Emperor's cousin, remember?
Maybe... Yeah, you should catch up to him. I don't think you can hear what he's saying. Oh.
Speak to my husband if you must.
Don't bother me, peasant. I've had a long journey and paid too much coin on these gifts to be late to Vittoria's wedding.
I'll be relieving you of those gifts.
Until next time.
I mean, he did call me peasants, right? Gosh, I don't take that kindly, dude. Like, I do not take that kindly. Hey, you know what? It's time to teach them a lesson. I'll be relieving of those gifts of yours.
Don't bother me, peasant. I've had a... What? No! God, help!
Yep, that's right. You fuck.
I've had a long journey and paid too much coin.
Oh yeah? We have a burr. Oh!
Time for you to die.
That's suplex though? Shit. Alright, where did that guy go, huh? The bodyguard ran away. Ah, good, you died. It's mine now, thank you. Cyrodiilic brandy? Value 150? Shit! Look at that. 150 value? Dude, I'm taking that. Thank you. Although, I'm very heavier currently. Hey! Don't move, thank you. Here, hold on to these pelts. They are quite heavy. And also this. Ah, see, I am getting some soul gems now. At some point, I should try to save more money, and buy all the soul gems possible, and try to upgrade my enchantment thing. Right. That way I can get stunk. Where did the bodyguard go? I love how the bodyguard just like ran away. Where are you, Nazim? Oh, hi. Where did the bodyguard go? Oh, the Who sniped you? Who sniped you? Oh my god, hey. Well, good. I mean, I get called a peasant when I have 7,000 gold. I don't take that very kindly. You know you're gonna get bitten by a kobold. If you say that to a kobold, that's rude. Alright? I don't take that kindly. Kobold doesn't like when she's being called a fucking peasant. Alright? You die. That's a strong smoother.
Time for you to die.
Nice. So many things that's trying to kill me. Got him. Getting all those soul gems as well. So good. My dream of having a punching build is getting closer. I just can't wait to see a fucking Argonian just suplexes someone twice this size. Nice, nice, nice. Not here, right? But then there's a cave here. Let me just discover this cave and then run along. Oh. Spriggan? What's trying to kill me? Oh, a burr? Oh god. Do you know where I am? Get him, Basks-In-Darkness, I believe. You don't know where I am. Nice. Good job, good job. You're so strong. Here, let me give you more pelts. Because I do need more space. My carrier is at 314 over 245. So it's very close to being full. Okay, we found this cave. Let's just run along. Still need to go to Iverstead. I just hope I'm not going the wrong way. And I did go the wrong way. Okay, I need to go to the north. Here. There's too many things on the compass. It's hard to see. There it is. We found him. We found Iverstead. Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters.
I'd consider joining up myself.
Everything's all right?
Heard they're reforming to Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something.
You're looking a bit under the weather.
You know what? You're right. But then right now it's like 6 a.m. God. Going to the bed at 6 a.m. Never. Unheard of. I cannot believe.
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother visiting Iverstead?
Pardon me, my lady. Would you care to hear me play my lute? If you fancy a bit of music, let me know.
What do you play?
I play the lute. If you'd like to hear something, it only costs 5 gold.
Merely 5 gold? I'll easily play twice that. To that to hear you play? Yeah, here you go.
Thank you, milady.
Are you gonna play something? Oh, there you go. Cool beans.
If I were you,
Hi, Hrothgar.
Greybeards are a solitary life. We get the occasional pilgrim passing. There ain't much more. Look, I've seen.
Oh, the barrow is haunted. I remember this.
Certainly isn't helping my business. If you think there's anything you can do, be my guest. About a year, I won't. We never.
I remember this because last time I played this, I went to the barrow and then there's a ghost in there. But then it's a fake ghost. Everyone got debated. It's a real ghost. Oh yeah, I should try sleep.
What do
We
you
don't
want?
get many visitors through. Sure thing. It's yours for. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Is it this one? No, it's not.
Your eyes open in the barrow. That's how they get you.
Is it this one? It's not this one.
What do you want, lizard?
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
God, I gave you money. You're just like, what do you want, lizard? So hostile? I'll fucking kill you, dude. Why am I sleeping here without a door? Is it because this too bad? Is this your bed, Bask? Maybe. I'm just gonna sleep for 2 hours. Good sleep. Let's go.
Pardon me, my lady. Would you care to hear me play my lute?
I'll kill you. Alright, it says that I need to get the spoon? Question mark? Oh no. Oh, it's in the locked room. Okay, let's do a quick save. Am I being seen? Hopefully not. Oh, fuck. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, no one's here, right? Good. Alright, nothing happened. If a spoon is gone, don't need to inform your authorities. It's fine.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of meat.
Trouble?
Trouble? Is that the barrel? I could go investigate that first. Yeah, let's do it. I need to kill a ghost, right? I'll just go in there and use the dual wield and just spin on them. Like, I'll just do a spin to win. How about that?
Look at those ruins. How long have they stood here, I wonder?
Oh, you've talked? I didn't know that. I thought the followers would always be just like quiet, not saying anything, which is kind of sad, really. I want them to talk more. Well, not to a point where it's annoying, like Naviru, but you know, just say something a little bit from time to time. Ukuko. I'm sure he's fine. Oh, my weapon is not long enough. Orcish sword? Or Orcish sword? Orcish... Are they stronger than my scimitar? 27? Goodbye. Gosh, only 18. Nice. Had a feeling. Oh, it's open. Nice. Okay. Damn, this place is all traps. See? More traps. More traps? Yep. And too heavy. I think the ghost is somewhere around here, right? The quote-unquote ghost. Hi, Miklarge. Ooh. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. I think the ghost is by the senses. Does it? Not really. And doing okay, about to sleep? Nice. Sleep is good. When you do, I hope you have good sleep. I'm just gonna shoot them. What if I shoot and close the... Oh, fuck. Don't... Bask, please, don't! What the fuck, dude? What a unit. Yeah, this guy is not really a ghost. I think I... Oh, I can. Okay. I mean, I'm just doing this to up my lockpicking skills. I should head back. I need a sapphire claw, I think. Who are you?
You have questions?
Would you care to hear me play my lute?
You don't look like a...
Can I make you follow me?
Why bother visiting Iverstead?
Oh, but if I have too much followers, they're gonna... Yeah, I cannot do sneak properly if I have too much followers with me.
Need a room, maybe a drink, you name it. Let me see that. I can't believe this. It was all just a fabrication. Well, least I can do is give you something for taking care of him. If you won't accept it as a payment.
There, this sapphire dragon claw.
You have
If you're headed up to the monastery, watch your step. It's a long way.
We are in this together, yes?
Do you go invisible as well? Nice. Look at that. Then this should be easier for me to do sneaking stuff. I can do a sneaky peeky. Sneaky peeky stinky. Right, here we go. Going back into the barrows. Like once I'm back to Whiterun, I should go check out go look at my wife again. Gonna check her from time to time. I do miss Lifts the Tail. Right, I know how to do this. Sapphire Claw. Bird cocoon and what the fuck is that? I can't see. Still, is that an owl? Okay. So bird cocoon owl, alright. Bird cocoon owl. Wait, that's a cocoon, shit. Okay, bird cocoon owl. That's bird. Harris, don't block me, I can't see. There it is. Okay, bird, cocoon, owl. Nice. Look at that Argonian team. I'm so glad I got more Argonian NPCs. It just makes the game even better. Oh no. Oh, there's gonna be a bunch of fights here. I'm not seen, I'm not seen. Can you look away? Or can you not see me? You probably can't. Like, I have good sneaking skills. Ooh! They spawned in front of me! Oh my god, Harris. Harris, please! There's no need! Basks-In-Darkness, there's no need! Alright, okay, fine. Well, you guys got this. Oh, it's a Restless Stronger. Dude, they strong. They're very strong. It is as if I'm Princess Peach. And then it's Mario and Luigi. Marlo and Luigi. It's a Drago white. Oh shit, I should probably help them. Let's go. Basks-In-Darkness, you're blocking. Oh shit. Woo, get shot. I'll kill you. Oh, that looks painful, dude. Oh, that looks sad. How did that even happen to you? It's probably the orcish arrows. Gosh, I'm sorry, man. Can I help you out? It's a no on that one. All right. Well, don't say I didn't try. There's probably nothing much here. There. A book. Old flesh. Oh, nice. I think I need old flesh. There it is. Do old flesh use my entire mana? Oh god. My entire magicka has been drained from one single use of oak flesh. Oh god. What up? Oh cool. Alright, nothing happens. Hey, don't come down with me. It's okay, we are Argonians, it's fine. There we go. Ow. Whoa. My mama. That's so scary. I'm not playing a horror game. You bully. You pet me and then you scare me? Oh. Oh, I know this one. Oh. Bone soup. We have bone soup. I did chicken bone. Oh god, I didn't mean to take that. Chicken bone, beef bone, cow bone, pork bone. And pork bone is a good bone to make soups with. Make soup with. Uh-oh. You don't see me. You don't even know where I am. Oh. Oh, my team? My team is going up, alright. Hey, don't worry about it. Here, this time I'll help you. Oh! Harris is strong. Harry should beat the shit out of them. Like I want to say Basks-In-Darkness is already really strong, and then you have Harris do the spin and then win. I think I just saw Harris one shot a Restless Stronger. A Restless Stronger, no less. On expert difficulty. Uh-oh. Don't worry about it. They're blind. No, don't go there. Okay, thank you. No, come back. Come back. Don't die to the trap. Come back. Oh boy. That looks painful. Harris! Harris, stop! Harris, you're dead! Now I'm dead. Harris. Harris.
That's all you got.
Harris. That looks painful. That feels painful. I'm almost dead. Detected by who? This is a killable. This is killable. I was right. This is a killable. Look at that. Getting all them souls. Yoy! Oh hey, that almost killed me. Don't worry about it, everything is fine. Alright, don't step on that button. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh, don't block me. Don't block me. Don't block me. Don't step on the button. I think I can kill them. Yeah. Like, my Step Watcher is still something. It's not the strongest, but it's something, alright. They're blind. They're actually blind. I mean, to be fair, my stealth is at like what? My sneak is at... What the fuck? That's a scary... Okay, you know what? What is going on? I'll be right back. Oh, holy shit! I'm back. Yeah, sorry, that was a bit sudden. Stray wild dogs out there fighting. They're fighting hard. that's kind of scary. I don't know how to stop them, but it seems to have died down now. Hopefully no dogs died. Like that would be very fucked. But then again, it's quite a thing that happens. Yeah, them's fighting dogs. It's crazy. Hi, that's Herbs. I'm not pressing forward. Welcome in. Yeah, sadly, wild dogs fight a lot around this part. It's kind of sad, really. Oh, money. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay, I'm not stuck. Oh, I remember this place. Kinda. Oh, look, that's herbs. I have a bunch of soul gems now. Well, this one is a little bit sad, but... Here, see, I have a lot of petty soul gems. I'm ready to up my punching... well, not punching yet. I'll still be doing backstabbing. But at least my punching... My punching dream is... pretty close. Enemy here, right? That's like a really strong Draugr. Hey, I'm pretty sure you guys can handle this, right? Even though you're stuck right now. Oh shit! I am not doing any damage. This place should be fine. Is this the crypt near Iverstead? Yeah. Today I kind of want to focus on, well, a little bit of focus on doing the thing, doing the High Hrothgar quest, the main line, I think, because I heard someone said that I can, well, tame dragons. I don't know about taming dragons. I mean, if I can, I will, and I want to, which is partially why I want to do the main quest now. Just fight them. Let me help you, Bask. Where's Harris? Where's Harris? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, it's a thick one. There we go. Oh. What the heck? Someone touching the button? There's nothing touching the button, but the thing's bugged. The thing's bugged. Cool. My ears are not bleeding at all. It's fine. Okay, we have Dolphin. We have Delphine. A dolphin? Dolphin what? Snake? Dolphin what? Snake dolphin? Dolphin bird snake dolphin? Alright. What do we get the dolphin? Dolphin what? Snake? Snake dolphin? Dolphin what? Snake dolphin again? That Malsino scared me, I forgot. Oh, bird. Okay, bird. Okay. Dolphin, bird, snake, dolphin. Snake. There it is. I did it. I'm the best. Easy game. Ooh. I dodged it. So much traps here, I hate it. Mmm. Where did that Draugr go? Where's that Draugr? Oh, it's a trap. Look at that. Harris! Harris, please! Yeah, get out, get out. Oh, it's a draw. Okay. Are you okay? Please don't touch the rocks. They are lethal. Oh my god, Harris, please don't get killed by a rock. How deep is this place? Holy shit.
I have a feeling there's going to be trouble.
Oh, you say this now, huh? I'm gonna die. Oh, kill. Don't slow-mo. There's still like 10,000 skeletons. Dude, I need to aim, please. Don't remove my control over the game. Okay, kill the ones that's here. Alright, good. Okay, good. Oh, I'm so good. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Okay, good. Where's your bound bow? I still don't have enough magicka to cast that. Oh, nice. Dude, I'm so strong. Oh my god. How the book? How the book? Oh, get killed. I don't have enough magicka to cast the bound bow. Is it seriously stronger than the elven or like than the usual bow that we use? Oh fuck, I missed. Please stay there. Thank you. Where's the other one? Nice. Yeah, that's right. Good. Oh, White Lord? Oh, what the fuck? Hide. Bitch, I'm gonna get killed by one shot by that thing. I think it's on par with Daedric Bow. Is Daedric stronger than Dragonbone or Dragon Scale? Oh. You don't know where I am. I never heard of Daedric things. Is that like Daedric armor and also Daedric weapons? Oh. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, don't. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh. I'll help you. Oh shit, okay, nice, cool. Good job, team. That was an easy win. Ancient Northern Battle Axe of Ice. It's too heavy for me. Hey, Harris. $241 Orcish bow? Orcish arrow? You know what? No. I'm not taking yours. I can give you back like 244 of them there. Also take this. Oh, and the steel dagger. Since when I have this? Whoa. Look at that reptilian feet. That's a good feat. I think it's weaker than dragon but stronger than elven. Weaker than dragon? It's only normal. Because dragon is the strongest. Dragon number 1. But then again, being able to use the bound bow or like being able to use a weapon that's on par with Daedric weapon, that sounds pretty good. Alright, this should be everything. Aha. Lucky. Elven maze. Hey, Harris. You can have this. There were some measurements made that calculated the DPS of bows with fully upgraded smithing skill. Hunter's bow 1? Hunter's bow? But then Hunter's bow... Huh? But Hunter's bow... The one that's one of the weakest? Yeah. Like, it's like slightly above longbow only, and that's it, I think. Then where is the strongest? Like, with maximum smithing skill, lah. That's something that I don't know. Wait... Harris, your face is gone. Harris, your face... No, give me back.
To oblivion and back, as they say. Need me to carry something?
Do not wear that helmet, it's cursed.
Need?
This is the most cursed helmet I've ever seen. Get out. There.
Look at this one. Spoiled as a child, I'll bet. Allowed to leave trash just lying around.
Thanks, Harris. Don't say it like that. It's a cursed helmet. Shit, now I feel bad. Oh! That looks like a nice armor. But then is it... 50... Scaled horn armor is also 50. How do I look? Honestly, this one looks great. Like, in a way, I like this one more than more than this. Maybe this one is a little bit too revealing in my taste. But this one is great. Oh fuck yeah, I'm keeping this one. Hell yeah. Heck yeah. It shoots faster than any other bow, so that little damage it loses in burst, it makes up in speed. Better DPS overall. That's how. Oh shit. Give it to me. Sniff. Oh. Kind's Peace? Kind's Peace? It's a shout, right? This one. animal allegiance. A shout for help from the beasts of the wild who come to fight in your defense. Soothe wild beasts who lose the desire to fight or flee. So can I just like shout at them? It's like I can kill them without them fighting back. That looks like a nice weapon. But it's too big of a jump. Yeah, it's too big of a jump. There's no way. Maybe not then. Hi, malicious magpie. Hope you're doing good. Honestly, my brain just keeps thinking of Pokemon Scarlet. But just because my family wants to use the Switch today, that's why I cannot use them. I mean, it's okay, since Switch is like a family console. So I get that. It's fine. At least there's Skyrim. You know, Skyrim is great. I am definitely not addicted in any way possible. Oh, we're back here, okay. I should be doing art someday as well. I've been thinking that I have neglected I've neglected art for a long time. Gosh, but there's so many games I want to play. Like there's way too many games I want to play. Okay, since I can fast travel, hey guys, let's go meet my wife. Let's go back to Whiterun. Need to let them know about my wife. Lifts her tail. Hey, hey.
Feeling sick?
No, why is everyone saying that I'm feeling sick? What the fuck do you mean?
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Hi, Brian.
Sometimes I miss the soldier's life.
Get out, I'll kill you.
Daughter in my arms. I know I made the right choice.
Good. Hey, why?
This house of yours is wondrous, at least to these eyes. I've thought about starting a store, something to do here when you're out. Ah, it's my love come to visit.
Why can't I not bring you with me? That's so sad.
The gold is flowing nicely. Here's your half of the profits, my dear.
Thank you, lifts her tail. Would you mind cooking some? Oh, home cooked meal.
This is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
Mmm. I still don't know how you get any of these. Just finished watching the menu with my wife. The menu? She fell asleep before Act 1 was over. But it was her idea to put it on and I finished it. One of the best movies I've ever seen, hands down. Ooh! The menu isn't like a... I mean, judging from the title alone.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Thank you, Smooch. Smooch. Is it like a cooking show, question mark? I mean, it's the menu. The menu. I think Lydia is here as well, right? Oh my god. Okay, we have a bunch of dragon bones, dragon scales. Where's Bask? Hey, Basks-In-Darkness, come here. Whoa. Here, let me take these. You can still take my pelts. I'm just gonna put them back. Harris, please. Nice. What time? Now it's like 1:04. Let's sleep here. With my wife. 8 hours. It's a thriller horror film about some people going to an expensive restaurant. I told her I never heard of it all, at all, and she chuckled before we put it on. Now I know why. Lover's Comfort? Nice. So it's a horror film about a restaurant. It's a movie that you need to watch with absolutely zero spoilers. Ooh. Lover's Comfort. All skills improve 15% faster for 8 hours? I win. Thank you, Leaves or Tails.
It's my love come to visit.
Smooch. Alright, I'm out again. Be safe. Smooch. Sleep you'll find under the supervision of Lydia. Can I just remove Lydia from my household? I want to remove Lydia from my household. I have 8,000 gold. Now I should be able to just like make a shitload of iron dagger. You know, before that though.
There's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
I need to go and disenchant some of these first before I continue like this. I'm a night owl. You're stuck with me for a while. I used to be a night owl, but now not anymore. Anytime after 1 AM, I'll just feel extremely tired. I just need to go to sleep. So yeah, I guess I'm no longer a night owl. I used to be. I can go on days without sleeping, or like with just power naps alone. I can go on for days. Guess I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I'll cry. Okay, good. Now I can sell all the things. Hey, Farenga.
Come to Dragon's Reach. So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
I should buy... Yeah, I should buy soul gems from you. They're so expensive. Okay, you can have 1 gold. I'm sure you're fine. Was there a wedding ring? Oh, I did not disenchant my wedding ring there. The bond of matrimony is still here. There's no way I can disenchant that. I cannot get rid of that. It's my ring. It's a ring of me and Lives a Tale. It's a very special ring. Do. So I can buy another house. She can be in 2 places at the same time. Lydia, right? Should I buy a house in Riften?
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire.
Probably.
In the old fort at Riften.
I mean, Riften is not bad. It is where I made Lives a Tale. I don't remember any of this. Whoa.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Is the branch? That's sad. My cap. Oh. I don't remember there being a place in Riften to buy. Sad. This one is Solitude? So in Solitude, I know Falkreath has one. I can already buy one in Falkreath currently. But then again, Falkreath is so small that there's not like much shops over there. Probably one more day you can just build. I can build my own house? I want it. Ooh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Canis Root and Imp Stew. Do I have Imp Stew? 2, alright. Fortify Sneak. Invisibility. Charvesek Vampire Dust. Plus Garlic, I guess? I mean, plus Garlic for something that I can sell for more. Yeah, see? This one sells for 396 each potion. Yeah, why not? Okay, what else do we have? Fortify Sneak. And with one more thing. Slow? Somehow? What else can I add? Ooh, okay, fine. 67 salt pile. I have too much salt pile. Regenerate health? My cap. Taproot. Whoa. Weakness to magic from salt pile. Regenerate magicka, restore magicka, weakness to magic. Ooh. I think this one is from Snowberries plus Purple Mutton Flower, yeah. If I add this, it will be a little bit of a waste.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have what you ask. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves.
Stipple-Tooth Eye plus Blister Ward. Ah shit, I don't have Blister Ward. I have Eye of Sabercat. Oh, Sabercat Tooth. Yeah, Sabercat Tooth plus Blister Ward. And Blister Ward. I'm pretty sure she sells Blister Ward. Can you please shut the fuck up?
I think you might take a look.
Everyone says I'm sick. What is this? $101. There it is. Blister Ward. You know what? I'm gonna buy all of them. Then I can make more potions. Oh, that she has so much more gold.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
Okay, saber cat tooth plus blister ward. Fortified smithing. Ooh, I mean it's not bad.
If there's anything I can help you with,
Oh shit.
you have but to ask.
Can I add more to this?
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
Yeah, slow is also good.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Garlic and vampire dust is also good, I think. Do I have vampire dust? No, I don't. Okay, fine.
You'll
I
find
kept.
tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Oh. Oh. $42. Oh, that's pretty bad.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
Human heart. Ooh. If I put salt on the human heart, can I cook it? That's fucked. It's actually fucked. How can I say anything? I'm just gonna use some of my salt pile.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Death Bell is slow. Oh my god. Oh, don't use too much Death Bell. Ectoplasm. No.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to
Whoa.
serve you.
Chicken egg is good. Damage magical regen, I think. Briarheart. I figure as much. I've always struggled with actually making alchemy useful in any of my playthrough. I don't know, I just kinda like doing this.
Let me know if I can be of service.
Oh, that's not Imstu. I kinda like to just making potions. Something about this appeals to me a lot. Oh! Ah, crap.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Tree? That's sad.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Let me just do all the blank ones.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service. If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Keeping Canis root. Oh, that's not bad. I don't think I would use Nightshade. Look at that. Only 3? Only value of 3? That's sad. Giant's Toe. Giant's Toe is a strong ingredient. What goes well with Giant's Toe? Like, because there's way too many, I don't know which one goes well with Giant's Toe. Wheat? Oh shit, I was right. And Bear Claws? Oh yeah, I should have used it. Whoa! 500? Shit! 1 potion for 500? I think I used up all my Bear Claws. Bear Claws. Yeah, I used up all of them. It's okay. Dude, that 1 potion is gonna make a fortune. Fortify 2-handed Nightshade? No. Berries? Flying Amnita and Dragon Tongue is pretty good. Snowberries? Resist fire? Okay. Okay, Flying Amnita. Giant Lichen. Giant Lichen. Giant Lichen. It's Finger Licking. Whoa. Finger Licking good. Skeever Tail. Yeah, it's only like a very small poison. I need 1 Dragon Tongue. For scientific purposes, I need to have a Dragon Tongue with me all the time. That should be good. Alright, hey.
You look rather pale. Could be ataxia. It's quite a problem back home. Take a look.
Giant licking? Guess that makes you better at licking things. Like licking locks. Licking locks? Hey yo. People pick locks? Gosh. They don't know the next level of skill is to lick the locks. Lick them and then the lock would just be like, yep, I'm just gonna open up for you, weirdo. Like getting judged by a lock. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? $7 gold. You have this one. Alright, there it is. Now she has 0 gold. Good. Thank you. For sure. Now let's go to Belethor.
Pardon me, but do I detect a case of...
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Everything's trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Okay, let me see. You have... That's so expensive. Don't you have like a normal soul gem? Oh, there we go. Maybe I should buy some pelts from you, but not wolf pelts. You know what? Yes to wolf pelts. How about that? Let me sell all my potions first, and then if I have like extra potions for sale, then I guess I can buy more things from this guy. I'll keep the regeneration. $20 gold. Well, I'm out of potions to sell. I got 1,000 for a greater soul gem? Oh, that's a little bit too much. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, do you sell like iron things? Don't I have a glass bow? I think I have a glass bowl by this. No, I don't. I lied. Or maybe I gave it to someone else. Let's sell this one. $197, 81. Here, you can have this then. All right.
Do come back.
Thank you. There's still like a lot of things I need to do in Whiterun. Maybe I should buy a house in Solitude. Isn't Solitude like the capital of Skyrim?
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Whiterun is just in a good spot.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
It is, right? If I remember correctly, that is. Oh shit, Madasi needs it. I used it. Crap. Wait, I think Madasi only needs one. Alright, time to get that. Let me just double check the things. Orcish bow? Not really. There are some things that I can sell here. Okay, so it's probably in you. Yeah, there it is. Marsh Blade. Marsh Blade. Okay, I'm gonna buy a bunch of things from her.
I don't claim. Have you met my father? Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need it.
And then I can buy more iron ore and iron ingot here.
I help my father in more ways than people realize.
Welcome. Looking to protect yourself or
See?
deal some damage?
So nice.
Good doing business with you.
And I'm too thick.
You need something?
Oh, what?
Yes? I'm waiting.
$54. Oh, it's stronger than Elven Bow. Yeah. Time to change my bow then. It's now glass bow time. No, Harris, I need that. Oh. Hi Fang. Oh my god. It's been a while. How are you doing? Harris, why are you here? There's something in my eye. Droxy, wow. Droxy is fine. Surprisingly enough, there are like quite a few people calls me by that. I'm okay with, honestly. I want that. Also, I figure, well, not I figure, but I found out that doing leather armor is better than doing hide armor. Don't you have more pelts? Yep. May or may not be drunk. You might be drunk. What the call good? I don't know if I ever been drunk before since I don't drink alcoholic drinks.
Got some good people. Take a look.
I'm still a bit too thick. 58 iron dagger might be a little bit too much. Here, let me sell some. There, now I'm not thick. I can run again. Because I need to upgrade my... Oh yeah, do we have refined moonstone?
Protect yourself or deal some damage.
Oh no, you don't. Oh god. Been celebrating your brother's birthday. Ooh, that's nice. Happy birthday to your brother. Alright, time to enchant things.
You look a bit peaked. You sure you shouldn't be home in bed?
Is it because I have this? Is it because I have bone break fever? Everyone just says I'm sick. I think I have a potion of cure disease. There, good. This should be fine.
I ain't done nothing.
Wee. Oh. I just kind of feel like alcoholic drinks a little bit too bitter for me. Oh, speaking of alcoholic drinks, John, my sister's fiance, boyfriend, brought back a bunch of alcoholic canned drinks.
Discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors.
Like he brought it back from Czech. I was like, ooh shit. And then I tried one, it's like so bitter. Soul Trap, no, Soul Trap, thank you. Grand Soul Gem? Lesser Soul Gem? Common Soul Gem. Within 6 seconds. There. Oh, I should just sell the Elven Bow. It's okay. I can make money afterwards. Alright, time to upgrade. Which one sell for the most? 618, 500, 500, 400. Ooh, okay. This is how I make money. I wonder why they all like separated. See, there's like so many petty soldier, and then this one single petty soldier has 4 of them. It's just weird to me that they don't stack. This is gonna take a while. Alright, nice. Out of petty, lesser, and common soul gem, now it's time to sell them for money. Okay, 3:38 PM in game time, still can sell things. Go, 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 go. I need all the money possible. And give me all your shiny.
Ripe fruit and fresh vegetables for sale. Straight from the fields and orchards of White Run to your table.
Got some good people. I don't claim looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
I'm not selling my elven dagger for now. $68 gold. Oh.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need it.
Do you share gold?
Have you met my father? He's
Welcome.
the steward.
Looking to protect yourself?
Oh, you share gold? Oh, that's sad. All right, fine. You can have like a dagger of mine on the house. All right, there. 68 gold. I'll give you 101 gold there for free. How about that?
Doing business with you.
Just need to take all your money. That's it. I cannot sell that to Farengar. Although I could teleport to... I could fast travel to Riverwood to find Lucan over there. I find Lucan and hopefully Lucan sells some soul gems that I can buy.
You see those warriors from Hammerfell? They've got curved swords. Curved swords.
Curved swords. Curved swords. I'm using curved swords. Hey.
You and me. Some may call this junk. Me, I
Nice. Oh, look at you selling all the empty ones. Dude, you're the best. Alright, I'm happy. And the pelts too. Lucan is great. Okay, Lucan has 3,000 gold. I'm pretty sure I cannot get back all of my gold with just this. You know what? It's fine. You can have this. I'm selling this too then. I'm selling the scrolls, I guess? I mean, as much as I just want to say, yeah, take my money, but no. See, the thing is I still need my money back. Oh, they have Moonstone? Oh, you have a Moonstone ore. I'm buying it. Yeah, Moonstone is so rare in this game.
Alright then.
Like to a point even rarer than dragon bones and scales because dragons just spawn like crazy.
Ain't every day we get the finest weapons.
Do you have one more Moonstone ore? Thank you very much. Alright, I know what to do now.
Until next time.
Okay, so before I set up to an adventure again, I'm gonna go back to White Run once more. Uh-oh. Is there a dragon nearby? Yeah, oh god, okay. Why now? Alright, let's go. It's a blood dragon, I'm gonna cry. It's a blood dragon, oh my god. Why is there a blood dragon in Riverwood? That's stupid. You got this, Bask and Harris. Oh, I cannot shoot it from here. Ooh, what a tank. God, no! Whoa! Whoa! It doesn't want to come down. Oh shit! I don't want this. Dude, I almost died. I'm hiding down here. There's too many arrows. Like, normally I would want to just fight them one-on-one on the ground. Should I call Najim? No, let's not call Najim, it's OP. 10,000 arrows. Whoa, look at Alvor going in. Who killed? Whoa! Harris! Holy shit! Good job, Harris. I mean, I'm sad, but still. That was great. Harris got the KS. Why are you dancing? Mmm. I feel like Harris is actually OP. Like, Harris is actually so strong. Look at how many arrows are there. Oh god. Hey. Help me take this for a little bit, thank you. Why am I still so heavy?
Never seen such a thing.
I'm sure you didn't.
In all my years, I've never seen such a thing.
Okay, let's go to Whiterun. I just want to upgrade my Elven Dagger.
Yes.
Yes. No. Because I heard that Elven Dagger is stronger than... what do you call that? Oh, Orcish. Yeah. Exquisite. 25. Yeah, Orcish is 17. Got him. Let me check my smithing skills. Can create skill in plate armor at forges. Why do I need to upgrade scale armor? Why is my why is scale armor not here? Scale. Oh, there it is. Steel ingot, 2 corundum ingot. I do kind of want to make a full scale armor. I mean, there's scale. Why not, right? So I just need a lot of steel and corundum ingot then. I don't need iron ingot. Let's just use all the iron ingots then. Yeah, I do need leather and leather strips. Leather and leather strips is not a big deal. I'm pretty sure I can easily get those. And let me just use all of them. Okay, weight 286 out of 350. Not too bad. Is there a general goods store in Iverstead? Because if there is, I can sell things over there. And then just go straight to High Hrothgar afterwards. Or I can fast travel to Riften for a little bit. Yeah, Riften has a lot of store that I can sell things at.
If you're looking for a handout, you want to speak with my husband.
Modesty.
Working at the Riften fishery is tough.
Perfect. Melting this down will give me plenty of gold for those necklaces I started.
There you go, you're welcome.
Marsh friend.
Please. Please, I need but a septum. A septum is all I ask. Is that so bad? I can't take this place anymore. The trees, all the colors, but the city's so dark. Why? It makes no sense.
Why do I feel I never seen you before?
Oh, thank you. Divine
Oh, thank you. You're welcome. The gift of charity? What? Is that like a buff? Oh, it is. Speechcraft increased 10 points for 1 hour. Oh, I can buy things in the cheaper things.
Come to see Balaman. Smithing's been the secret is my forge.
Okay, fire salts.
Well, it what? You will? Thank you. 10 pinches of fire salt should give me all I need to bring this forge back to life. Take a look.
Hey, I need all your corundum ore or ingot and steel ingot. You have a refined moonstone just like this? Dude, you are loaded. Yes, buy them things. Witchcraft is a kobold? Yeah, sure, why not? Kobold can do things. Kobold can do these kind of things. I don't want to buy too much. Let's start with 8. But I'm buying all the steel ingots because corundum ingot seems to be a little bit more on the expensive side. And then buy all the iron ingots. There.
Remember, nothing but genuine fire salts will do. The forge knows the difference.
What works into Skyrim? Skyrim. Sorry. Skyrim. I love to be in Skyrim. Helmet? Skyrim though.
Repair, purchase.
Oh, I'm out of. I can wear them. Why can I not upgrade my skilled horn armor? Is it because of the horn? Yeah, this one just doesn't have a horn. Kind of sad, but this one is like way stronger. Skilled helmet. My horn's gone. I thought I have the horns forever mod. No.
Nothing like the smell of a white-hot blade, eh? Other people's thoughts.
Okay, I still have a lot of leather strips. Steel ingots. Can make some steel dagger. A steel dagger needs iron ingots? Oh no. Oh, I Nordic? Oh, quicksilver? Value 410.
Purchase a bottle of my genuine farmer blood elixir. Only 20 septums each.
Looking to stay alive? Why take a chance?
Let's make this one.
Learn a library's worth of knowledge in moments, or grow back that missing limb with my
Gold diamond ring? Yeah. Where's Ballerman? Oh no. It's only 1 PM. Where did they go? Bali Moon. Oh my god, I have to walk there. I'm crying. Where's Basks-In-Darkness?
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard.
Dawn Guard. Vampire Hunters or something.
Might consider joining up myself.
Heard they're reforming to Dawn Guard. Hi.
I have all sorts of interest. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Oh yeah, I can sell my Orcish Dagger now. Even though Orcish Dagger has this Soul Snare, Soul Trap, but it does like shit damage, so I'm selling it. Fur gauntlets, sell these, it's fine. Bracelets, or braces, sorry. $900 gold. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. I can always get my money back. Don't know why I keep yawning today. I mean, I've been feeling... I don't know why I just keep feeling very tired these days. It's just weird. Hi.
Ours is to smile at your passing, friend.
That's a nice armor you have there. It's almost as if we're wearing the same armor. Follow me? Whoa, I can have 3 Argonians? I can have 3 followers? Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. Thought it says braces for a second. Didn't know Kobold wear braces. Isn't braces like a wristband or something? Something like that. It's a bracer. Bracer.
Protect yourself right. Buy armor from Grelka.
Okay, so now carryway is looking fine. I think I probably have too much of these ores. We're in a museum. I never been there. Okay, let's go to Iverstead and let's go to High Hrothgar. Does wearing braces make you a bracist? Bracist? I don't know. Let's go Team Argonian. We're the strongest. I can even summon Prince Nazim. Come here, Nazim. Let's go. This must be the way out, is it? Oh wait, no, I don't think so. God damn it, Nazim. need more stamina. So that I can run away very easily. Am I going the wrong way? Where does the 7,000 steps start? Is it here? I thought it's just like right outside of Iverstead. Yeah, let's go over to Iverstead and look around. Yeah, just gonna double check. Because I remember it just starts at Iverstead and just climb.
Hey, you mix potions, right? Can you brew me an ale?
Oh no, I'm trying to get the neem root. Hi.
I can't see you, Raider. I can't find you. Why are you hiding? Hiding. Hide, hide, hide. Don't make me sad.
Are you okay?
Raider was here, then gone. Went to gather plants and never came home. Nope, nope. Everyone looked and no one could find her. Wilhelm said she'll be back. Told Narvi not to worry. Raider will come back.
What's wrong with you?
With father I said goodbye. With mother I said goodbye. Raider leaves and Narvi can't say goodbye. Makes Narvi very, very sad. Narvi needs Raider to say goodbye.
Oh, that's sad.
The mountain will eat you. Watch the mountain.
What? What? Ask Wilhelm about Radar? Isn't Wilhelm like... Is this a house that's been destroyed? Is this your house? Is that why you're acting this way? Let me just casually steal your things. Like, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna steal too much. What?
Oh, Raider, Raider. You live among the clouds now, dear Raider.
Stone quarry? Hey, let me use this. Narfi, get out! I want to try this. What does this give me? I need the rock. I need the rock. Get out.
I miss Raider.
I'll kill you.
She was so nice to Narvi. Narvi said he be with Raider.
I count the tree if they want to get out. I count the tree. If you don't want to move away from this stone quarry, I'll kill you. That's why I quick save. 1, 2, 3. Failed. Now I can get my rock. Jug of milk? Milk? Alright, nothing happened. What did this give me?
Another poor soul. What happened?
Oh, what happened? Quarried stone? What did I do with that? What does quarry mean? Oh yeah, also I should say, it's been a while, but like, I don't know if you guys can hear my chair noises. My chair has been quite noisy, like for the past few months. It's quite old. I've been using this chair for years now. And I think it's still good. Although they do make a lot of noises, so if you hear any like weird chair noises, then I'm sorry. How long can I mine for this thing? It's never ending. I can just keep mining this. No wonder Narfi doesn't stop. But what is that rock? Weight 1, value 2. Can I make something with this? Well, I don't want to kill anyone, so let me just load real quick.
The mountain will eat you. Watch the mountain.
Any more other places that I can mine? This kind of reminds me of one thing as well. something like the quarry stone. What's it called? Clay. I can mine clay as well, but also I can mine clay for a shitload of clay. I still don't know what to do with them. Oh yeah, I should ask Wilhelm about that. That might be one of the source materials for your house. House? Oh shit, I kinda want to make my own house.
May the gods watch. Now that our ghost has been unmasked, I hope we see more visitors in town than...
Narfi?
He's harmless. He's been in a state ever since his sister Rada disappeared over a year ago. He just keeps to himself in what's left of his folks' farmhouse across the river.
You told Narfi she's coming back?
I just said that to make the poor guy feel better. I'm pretty sure she's dead. Rada would gather ingredients from the small island in the river east of here. Then one day, she just vanished. I tried to look for her, but she never turned up.
Anything dangerous on that small island to the east?
I've seen some sort of a cave entrance over there. Folks call it Geierman's Hall, but I don't know why. Probably best if you avoid it for now. It didn't seem to do Rada any good.
Huh.
If you're headed up to the monastery, watch your step. It's a long way down.
Would you care to hear me play my lute?
I'll kill you.
We don't get many visitors through here, unless they're headed up to High Hrothgar, of course.
Where's Basks-In-Darkness? Oh, there he is. Okay. Alright, the gang's all here. Should we... No, I'm gonna go look for Rada real quick. These are the questions. I do kind of want to make my own house. I just need to like know how to even initiate the house building procedure. Oh, how do you know that's Rada's? Bring Rada's necklace to Narfi. Narfi might just break down from this. Narfi seems to be at wit's end. I saw a shark or a body. It could be a shark. It could be a body of a shark. You never know. Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that. It's a clay deposit. This one. Hi.
I miss Rada. She was so nice to Narfi. Narfi's sad he can't be with Rada.
Oh, I get a choice to either lie again. Nah. You know what? I think I'd rather hear the truth. It hurts a fuck ton, but I think it's better than just lying.
Oh no. No. Narfi never got to say goodbye. Now Narfi's all alone.
Sorry, Narfi.
At least Narfi has Rada's necklace. Reminds Narfi of his sister. Thank you for giving this to Narfi.
There you go. You're welcome. Okay, now I can go up to High Hrothgar. Okay, I think it's from here.
7,000 steps again, Clifford?
Not today. I'm just not ready to make the climb to High Hrothgar. The path isn't safe.
Aren't the Greybeards
Don't even think about it. Honestly, I'm not certain.
Don't even think about it.
Allowed into the monastery. Perhaps one day.
Those bears are making Miss Tempest so angry. I hope you can do something about them.
It's so loud. Alright, up we go to the 7,000 steps. That's a cave. Wait, that's a cave. Wait, that's a burr. That's a burr.
Look, a cave. Fine place to find trouble.
Thanks, Gil. Oh, go. Oh, is that bear's? Is that the bird's ass or is the bird head? I think that's the. Oh, don't turn around. Don't. God. No, I didn't mean to summon the Zim. Why are you just aiming for me, dude? Oh, get killed. Dude, I'm so strong. Why is there always like one of them gone? Where's Harris? Ooh. Oh, there it is, hunting bow. Look at that. It's the strongest bow ever. One, two, three. Okay, good.
I have a feeling there's going to be trouble.
Are you sure? Don't you love it when they just say that? Oh, I see a bird. I'm just gonna shoot the bird. No, don't wake up. Oh my god, it's so strong. Oh shit. Guys, don't. Guys, what the fuck are you doing? All good, all good. Nice. Even more nice. Why you new game? Because my first game got corrupted. I mod too much to a point where I corrupted the game, so I have to start a new game. Hi, Rollins. Must be all those NSFW mod. Those are a different profile. This is the streaming profile, and then the other one is just NSFW profile. I was experimenting with mods. I think it was last month. About last month I was experimenting with mods, but then it got my first profile corrupted, so I have to like start a new game for this one. But it's not relatively new lah. Like, already got some progress here. Not new. Look, I'm on my way to High Hrothgar and my sneak is at around level 80. And my enchanting is at 62. I'm trying to make a punching build here, so that's why I like kind of stopped. I stopped giving perks to sneak, but I do want to give perks to enchanting. So yeah, that's my goal, to make a heckin' punching build. Need to get a gander at the NSFW one day. No, you're not gonna look at that. I would not show it. I don't want to get my Twitch channel banned. 80% speed. Run! Oh my god! Help! Don't shoot me! Easy, no fear. Hi, face implosion. Does it have something to do with Argonians? Most likely. Maybe, definitely. There's one reason, and only one single reason, why I won't be beating RE4 tonight. Crane flies have invaded my study. Crane flies? Sounds kind of scary. I mean, fly sounds scary. Gonna get zimmed? Like, for your chatter only, I can feel you're drunk. It's fine.
Keep an eye out for wolves if you're headed up the path to High Gar.
Need more dragons in the game. Your PC warrants monitoring. Nuh-uh. I hear a burr. That's a very loud burr. Oh my god. Can I like sneak kill the burr? Is it even possible to sneak a burr? Oh no. Oh fuck. Nazim, help! Nazim! Punch him, Nazim! Punch him! Yeah! Thank you, Nazim. Thank you, Nazim. Why you're so strong? I don't know. How did Lives Her Tail got you? I don't know. I'm not gonna ask questions about that yet. What are we monitoring for? Nothing. My PC is... Oh, Nazim! Nazim, punch him!
Why you bullying me?
Punch him, Nazim, punch him. Oh! Dude, Nazim is OP. Like, no joke, Nazim is actually OP because Nazim can...
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. Nazim is the one that's bullying. Nazim can punch a dragon to death. That's what inspired me to do like a punching build. Unafraid to war with dragons and their voices? Burr? Why are there so many burr? Dear God. It almost sounds like dear God. Hello from Dub. Wow. Hello, Dub. Oh yeah, I do. I said this 2 days ago, but I do kind of want to make a small event, well, a very small event on my Discord channel, where anyone in the channel can just participate anytime you want. So I've been thinking of making a redeem to make yip noises, right? I mean, one person's yip from me, like only one person yip, it's kind of hard to make multiple different versions of yip. So I was thinking that why not organize a little event on my Discord channel where you guys, only if you want to do it, will contribute one yip noises from you and then send it to Discord channel. So that I can compile them into one folder and then put it into like a redeem so that people can spam the yip redeem. It's something like fart noises, but it's yip instead.
Keep an eye out for wolves if headed up the path to Hrothgar.
So yeah, once I'm ready to do that, I guess I'll just say it on Discord. Oh, it's a throw, that's a throw. No, get back, get back, get back. Get back, get back. Oh, I probably have to shoot them down. Can I? I'm pretty sure I can one-shot them, but I might as well can try. Alright, I'm gonna do the opening act. I'm going in. Kill! Oh, kill! Oh my god, I'm so strong. You expect me, a Valstrax, to yip for you? Uh-huh. Yeah. I would like that. It's like a long-term investment for a kobold to like you. I mean, not saying that the kobold is not saying that the kobold is not liking you, but to like you more. It's a bargain, don't you think? How far is this place? No wonder no one does the main quest line. I wonder if my Argonian companions are catching up. Oh, they actually are. Wow, they're fast. I missed one. Sends a YIP audio file over when plays just a call. Call. Could be an Easter egg. Oh, then I'm expecting like Narix to just send a file structure raw noises. I'll pitch it up. High pitched roar. You pitch it up and then shorten it down to like a to just very yip like. The power of audio editing. Hi, I'm here. Took me 10 years to come here, jeez.
So, a Dragonborn appears at this moment in the turning of the age.
I'm answering your summons. Call me a Dragonborn. What does that mean?
First, let us see if you truly are Dragonborn. Let us taste of your voice.
How do you even eat voice? Oh, you just want me to shout at you? For a kobold? Too easy. Imagine I just like yip at your face for 10 hours non-stop. Yip 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 yip. Will it harm Harris, Gil, and Basks-In-Darkness? I'm pretty sure they will. I thought they're gonna kill me. I wonder if there's a mod. Is there a mod to like reduce shout cooldown and also make the shouts not hostile? The shout doesn't make people hostile towards you. Look, I'm pretty sure they are. I just need to find them. Master? I'm no one else's master. Who are you? What is this place?
We are the Greybeard.
Okay.
You stand in High Hrothgar. Here we commune with the voice of the sky.
What it means to be Dragonborn?
Here to guide you in that pursuit.
I'm not only Dragonborn.
The first. There have been many. Whether you are the only dragon, you are the only one that has been revealed thus far.
I'm not your you're not my master. You're not a dragon. Get out of here. I'm ready to learn.
You have shown that, but without training, you have already taken the first steps towards projecting into a thing. Now let us see if you are willing and able to learn. When you shout, you speak in the language of dragons.
Can you shut up?
Dragon blood gives you.
Oh wait, I know how to get you shut up. Yeah.
All shouts are made up of 3 words. Be careful.
Be careful.
As you master Master Einarth will now teach.
Yep, it's faster. It's so much faster. Whoa. Hey, that's my word, Gil. Get out. Gil, that's my word. No. Gil. Thank you. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Dude, they take 10 years to talk. What is this? Unrelenting force shall.
Use your unrelenting force.
Shut up. Yiklosa. The longer you hold it, the more words will be spoken. Sorry, Harris, you were there. Please shut up. Yiklosa. I love how our Argonian noise. Whoosh roll. Sounds very lizard-like. I like it. Here, let me just aim at everyone. Hey, single file, single file. Guys, single file. No, is it gone? Shit, I went too far. Yiklosa. Oh, single file. Eek. I only got one.
Impressive. Your thumb is precise. You show great promise, Dragonborn. We will perform your next trial in...
Oh my god. Okay, come on. Can you run? You're so slow. Can you run? Good god, everyone is so old here. Is that a door? That's a door? Isn't this like a window? I'm going out. If you guys don't want to go, I'll go out. What is that? I thought it's a... Oh shit! That's a real flame. I'm dying. I cannot jump. A functional flame? Unheard of in this game. Shut up. Wait, no, that's not you. Shut up! Oh my god! Word! Word! Whirlwind sprint.
Master Wolfgar will demonstrate whirlwind sprint. Then it will be your turn.
Wait, how was I hidden for a split? What? How am I hidden just now?
Master Bori.
Bex. Wukakes?
Stand next to me. Master Bori will
I need to change the shout, right? Yeah.
use your whirlwind sprint to pass through before it closes.
Bask, what are you doing? Bex, go! I did it. What? I am speed. Who needs whirlwind sprint when I have speed of a reptilian? I have the speed of a raptor. I am the most speediest of kobolds out there. I didn't even That fucker, I didn't even shout. Did you even hear something coming out of my mouth? Thank you, what's next? Oh my god. What does the whirlwind sprint like go faster? Okay, please shut the fuck up. Oh, whoa, that's good. Oh, but the cooldown is like 10 years. This is the Amulet of Talos, right? Is it still here? Of Talos. Time between shots is reduced by 20%. Doesn't sound like much, but I'll use it. Word. Okay, you want me... Retrieve the horn of Jurgen Windcaller in Oostengraf. Oostengraf. Okay, Oostengraf. No, that's spoon. That's not spoon. Where's Oosten? It's Gamern Hall. Oh, it's Gamern Hall here. Okay, face sculptor in Riften. Not doing that. Oh my god, that's so far away. Cannot teleport there, cannot teleport there. I guess I have to go from here. Go through this mountain, I guess. More Dao. Yeah, I can go from Silent Moon Camp. Ghost Discovery. The power of cheating. Let's do a quick save. Like, I didn't even need to shout. I didn't even need to shout. That was easy. Oh, my PC's dying. Oh god, I'm not moving at all. Oh, my PC's like... Oh, sama mati sudah. What is that? I'm still surprised by this functional fire. Oh shit, that's a real flame. I'm dying, I cannot jump. It's a functional flame in Skyrim. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe there's a functional flame in Skyrim. He just threw himself into the flames because I wasn't expecting the flame to actually behave. Just straight up burn. I didn't expect the fire to actually work like work how they did. Okay, now the setting is like I'm Princess Peach. Malo Lugi. Who are you? Toad. Toad. Okay, I'm followed by Malo, Lugi, and Toad. Peaches. Oh, help. Help, I'm gonna get killed by a rat. Come on, guys. Oh, you guys do it. Thank you. That is actually a heckin' shot. And now you want to stop playing in my point. You're welcome. Peaches. Would that make you a salamander? Probably. Most likely. Definitely. Can I sneak you a dir? Is it even possible to sneak you a dir? I mean, I can shoot. I can sneak bow a dir, but can I sneak dagger a dir? That's a no on that one, alright? Glad I tried. Oostengrav. Dog. Dog.
I've been hunting and fishing, and it's not like my poaching is hurting anyone. Take a look.
No, boo, it's so expensive. Bye-bye.
Good day.
Good day. Good day. Oh, there's a dragon nearby. What am I looking at? Shrine of Mara? Oh. I don't need Shrine of Mara. I'm already married. To lift a tail. I love how I already did that in the first session. Well, quote unquote the first session. I guess it's technically my third session of Skyrim that time, but it's the first session of Lovers of All Dragons. The names. Will we be able to kill the dragon?
Thank goodness. I've been wandering alone for so long, I thought I'd never see another soul again.
Who are you?
I was kidnapped by these bandits weeks ago. They locked me up in the towers near Mistwatch. I managed to pick the lock and slip out while the guards slept, but now I'm completely lost. Can you help me, please?
This is town nearby in that direction. Do you need help getting there?
Oh, thank you. But I should be fine now that you've shown me the way. But those bandits have to be stopped. They're at Mistwatch. Here, let me show you on your map.
How do you even...
If you can stop them, you'll be a true hero.
Okay. Alright. I mean, I'm not gonna go there. Let me just mind things real fast, real quick, like just a few seconds of ding 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 ding. Emerald? I could get them. I could get them. I got grams. Alright, where's the dragon? I see the dragon. Do you see it? I mean, I see the dragon. I'm probably gonna die if I get any closer. Yeah, I should do a quick save. Can I do stealth archer against a dragon? Is it even possible? Don't know. Oh, I'm not spotted yet. I'm spotted. Get down, guys! Get down. Oh shit. Oh, they're dead. Music's hype though. Oh, let me learn the word real quick. Frost breath. I can be like Frost. I can be like Frost Dragon. Where's the dragon? I cannot see. The dragon is almost dead. Harris is dead. Although followers don't die, so all good. I cannot get up there. It's up to them now. Frost breath. Oh, I have 4 dragon souls. Okay, I can do that. Oop. Whoa! I'm a magic. I'm a magic user. Oh, hey! Glass sword, gold necklace, hammer the magicka. Nope, I'm not taking that. I wonder if they're okay. How do I even get back up there? Let me see if I can cheat myself up there. Probably not. Yeah, it's too steep. They're doing it. They're doing it. I'm also doing it. I'll be the wrong thing. Fuck. Oh no, I'm stuck. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I cannot jump. I cannot jump. I'm stuck. Up. Help. Help. I can't jump. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. What do I do? I can. My spacebar is like breaking at this point. Please jump for like once. Why can you not jump? Oh, that's why you cannot jump. Your feet is never touching the ground anymore, huh? How do I no clip? You know what? I saved. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, that didn't happen. This time, I should stay up here. Fight with my comrades. Let's get the initial damage. Doop. Woohoo! Go, Team Argonian! Die, damn you! Oh! Oh my god, it's so painful, I'm almost dead. Oh. I'm just gonna shoot them. They got this. Oh, I have wood on. Got him. The Argonians are Giga Chat, they never die. At some point I'll start using followers because they do make the game a lot easier. I mean, they don't die. They literally cannot die, so that's why it's like way easier to play with followers. But I kinda just want to hang out with Argonians, so that's why I'm doing this. Oh god. Nice, nice. Okay, now I can go to Oostengrove. Oostengrove. Oh boy. I didn't save. Oh fuck. Oh shit. No, I'm stupid. I deserve this. I so deserve this. Fuck's sake. Alright, all good. I mean, not that I mind looking at dragons all over again. Look, dragons are hot, alright? I mean, this dragon's kind of cold, but it's cool. This dragon's cool. We should stay here. Oh, didn't go down. See, they don't die. They never die. Go! Speed! Let's go. That was a speed run. Oh, sorry. I was trying to take things. Can I like shoot this bone with? Yep, nope, alright. I love how in Argonian tongue you cannot hear the S. It's like who? Roll. No S. I love it. Oh, okay, I should not be doing that too much. Alright, and then we save here. Quick save. All good. And then try again. Alright, this time hopefully I don't die. Just gonna slowly does it. Ooh. Look at that. The crab walk works. Oh shit. Alright, look at that, easy. This place is very close though. I don't think I want to go in for now. I'll go to Oostengrav. I did say that I kind of want to have a bit of a focus on the main story this time, because I never really get past, like, after learning world, I usually just like stop going through the main quest line. So yeah, I do kind of want to like. I do hear a lot of people saying that it's kind of bad, but hey, bad or good, I just kind of want to experience it like once, and I think that's good enough. Are you okay? Oh, Gil is losing. You got this, Gil. Gil died. Oh, there's another one. Gil got this. Gil. Where's the rest of the team? Is Gil getting isolated, man? Look at that. Oh, Gil! Holy shit! You don't know where I am. Alright. Gil, don't wake up. Don't wake up until it kills. Good. Got him. Hi, Gil. Oh, even is Gil the only one here? Where's the rest? Where's the rest? Where's my Harris and Basks-In-Darkness? No, I should be fine. I can just Oh, is that them? Hi. Oh, how are you guys here? Hi. Oh, good. Let's go to Oostergrove. You know, at the same time, I still haven't forgotten about the certain books that I'm looking for. A certain thirsty book that I'm trying to look for. Still haven't found one. Which is kind of sad. Maybe I should really look for like cities. Instead of just like caves and shit. I mean, yeah, I do like dwelling in caves. It's fun. Kajinstag? Or the K could be silent. Jenstag? No one's here though. Oh. Oh, I really cannot see you guys. Holy shit. That wasn't so bad. It only took a bit by foot, and I'm already here. They're doing the single file thing. Oh. Oh my god, there's spider senses. Oh shit. No, they have spider sensors. I'm like 20 kilometers away and I'm still being seen. Well, seen. What, there's like 4 of them. Shoot the mage. Oh! How the fuck they have spider senses? I don't like it. I don't want to go head to head against a mage. Oh. Well, that's something, isn't it? Well. Hey. Oh! Race zombie? I'm not necromancer. I only summon Nazim. Because Nazim deserves it. That's a little death bell. Julianos? How many, like, gods are there? It's like there's so many names that I don't even know. Alright, hopefully this is not too hard. Oh my god. It's still so loud.
These thralls of yours are slower than Argonians in a blizzard.
Feel free to grab a pick and help them out. I prefer not to sully myself with manual labor.
There goes another one.
Bah, weak-willed rabble. Even dead, they're almost useless.
I don't think they see me. Like, there's no way. Huh? Yeah, go on your merry way. I wonder if they have spider senses. Doesn't feel like it. Like this person doesn't see me. I don't think they have spider senses. Oh, they do actually.
Less intelligent each time you raise them. That's even possible.
As long as they can swing a pickaxe where I tell them, they're as smart as we need them to be.
You hear that? The others must have found something.
We'd better go see. These can tend to themselves for a few minutes.
Oh. Oh, story? So sometimes they would just, if I don't kill them, they'll just run. Well, I'll kill you still. Oh, look at you, dum dum. Look at you, dum dum. Don't even know where I am. Where's Gil? Oh, okay, Gil's behind. Hey. Shit. Don't run! I'm gonna kill you! Shit. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just take your things. Or not. Everything's too heavy. There we go. Okay, that's not bad. Wait, did the necromancer die? The health bar is gone. I thought the health bar will always like persist. Even if they run pretty far ahead. Oh. Oh shit. Whoa, that's a really strong Draugr. What the fuck? Okay. Dude, they suck. Oh, it's a Draugr white, no wonder. That's a Draugr white! How am I doing so much damage? I'm hiding. Oh! Gil! No, Gil! Bad! Oh! Oh, I didn't mean to take that. Oh yeah, I'm taking the ropes because they look pretty strong. Or maybe not strong, but they do sell for a bit of money for a one weight item. I think that's not bad. Where even is the Conjurer? The Conjurer just keeps talking shit. Wait, where even is the Conjurer? I need all the gold. I need all the shiny. Hi, Darius. Oh, you're the cutie. You're the cute one here. Also, hi. I hope you're doing good. I kind of want to just like go in and stab them. Feels like that's more fun. But then again, since I have like 3 Argonians behind me, it's kind of hard to like sneak around them. Might be just a little bit difficult for that. But I can try since these guys are Draugrs. They're not really like very... You don't know where I am. You don't even know where I am. Oh. No fucking way, dude. Oh! The power sneak level 81, huh? I have too much sneak. I'm the sneakiest of kobolds out there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Don't turn around. Thank you. This looks killable. I was right. Oh, okay. I will take that. Yeah, see, backstep's good. That times 15 times 15 times damage. So good. I'm probably gonna get lost here. I'm just a little bit scared now. I have a bad sense of direction. Or not. I did it. Alright. Oh, your eyes are glowy. So are you. But your eyes are not glowing. Cursed. Huh?
By the hist, what a sight.
Oh god. No, Dab, no. Don't, guys, do not move. Oh god. Do not move. Oh, do not move. It's fine. It's fine. Yep. You They cannot hit what they cannot see. What the fuck? The Droger's cheating. I cannot believe. Oh. Chance. Good job, team. Good job. Whoa. It doesn't trigger on them? Why am I the only barbecue lizard? Ooh. Oh, money. How much money do I have? 9,700. That's not bad, but it's never enough. I want more. I need more shiny money. Yeah, it feels like Draugr just have really bad perceptions in general. Yeah, like that they don't even see me. Oh, hi. I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna kill. Go again. No. No. You don't know where I am. I am sneaker level 200. I am level 9 sneaker. You don't even know where I am. You thought you see me? That's a lie. You never see me. How do I even get up there? What? Oh, I didn't see this door. Alright, going up. Now I can sneak kill that Draga. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. No, 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 no. You don't block. Okay, okay, okay. Kill! Mmm. Feels good, man. Oh. Need one more. Ooh, oh my god, mama! It's fucking shit's so loud. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I'm okay. Maybe I just get scared way too easily. But then again, I'm a kobold. You have to excuse me, alright? I'm just very jumpy. Well, I cannot sneak kill like that. Can you look the other way? Oh, that's really nice of you. I don't think that guy can see me. Hopefully. Don't move. Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels so good. I'm doing so much damage though. Oh. Yeah, I was like, why am I not getting soul? I forgot to upgrade. Yeah, I forgot to enchant my dagger. How did I even forget to enchant my dagger? Oh, I do need another handle, right? Let me go. Hey. Thank you. I need one more handle. Found it. Oh shit. Oh good, we have the enchanter here. Talk about luck. Okay, I have my elven dagger. Soul trap. 1 second. Let's put a greatest soul gem in there because why not? There. Feels good, man. There we go. I'm stuck. Alright, now I can get souls again. That's a big place. Oh, I'm... Oh! Oh, hey. It's just spooky. I'm pretty sure skeletons don't have really good perceptions as well. Yeah, see, they don't even see me like this. I'm too sneaky. I'm too sneaky beaky, sneaky beaky, pinky, stinky, whatever. Look at that. Kill. Something about being super sneaky feels very satisfying to me. Hey, can you not do that? No. Alright, thank you. My ears were bleeding, almost. Oh. Major illusion. But it's weaker than my armor. Yeah, it's way weaker. Does it look good though? Yeah. Nah, the armor looks a little bit too thick for my taste. I still like the scaled armor there. Yeah. Oh shit. Gems. Thank you. Okay. I queue because I cannot search them. Oh shit, whoa. You don't know where I am. Can you actually not see me? No way! Oh shit! Thanks, Harris. Thanks, Harris, you're the best. Nice. Fate become ethereal? Changing your form to one that cannot harm or be harmed. Oh. That's not as good. I mean, in some cases that could be good. Maybe like running away? Perhaps? We're getting so much money. But then again, it's never enough. I need more. I feel like I didn't drink enough. I didn't drink enough coffee today. Somehow, a little bit. Because I am honestly kind of on the sleepy side here. Although I'm not saying that I'm not enjoying this game. I am thoroughly enjoying this game right now. Like, I can't believe I got a chance to just play this game and without a care of the world, you know? Just play this game. Like, I might be just very addicted. Like, there's no other way around it. I am super addicted. Oh, more enemy. Kill. Ooh. There was a speedy kill. We take those. You know, I would feel bad when I take the shiny out of a burial urn. But then again, it's Skyrim. I think it's fine. Okay, now I need whirlwind sprint here because of this. I remember this puzzle took me a while to like figure out. So I just need to run. Nice hoo, just like that. Of course. There's gonna be a big uns and also a bunch of spooters, it feels like. Since there's webs. Webs and shit. Yeah, it's gonna be a giant spooter. It's on fire. Oh god. Wait a minute. Why is it on fire? Oh, oh no. I hope they don't just stuck in one place. Alright, time to jump over. Go, 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 go. Oh, go. Oh, they don't trigger the plate? Nice. Oh, that's really forgiving. Right, where the spider? Oh! You know, I would think that spiders have spider senses, but they don't. They're actually almost the equivalent of Draugr. I haven't got my weapon out. I hate it. No. Oh shit. Woo! Oh my god, help. Alright, all good, no fear. They think they won, but they never win. Against a bunch of Argonians together. Is it too heavy? It's too heavy, I cannot move. I cannot move it. What is... Oh, it's just this one little leg that's touching this floor. It's activating this flame tile for forever. Oh my god. I think that's fine. Like, my ears are not bleeding at all, I'm pretty sure. Whoa. That's pretty cool. Now the Drogo is already dead? Oh shit. You speak you urgently? Rent the attic room at the Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood, and I'll meet you. A friend. Attic room? I didn't know Riverwood has attic room. In Riverwood? Did Lucan just fucking take the thing just because I took away Lucan's golden claw? I mean, why would Lucan want this? Lucan's not even Dragonborn. Does Lucan even know that I'm Dragonborn? Nah, it's too far-fetched. I don't think Lucan took it. River would know. Oh, glass armor of the Major Squire of Shocks. Oh, I'm too thick. Hey, Gil, come here. Am I talking to Gil or am I talking to Basks-In-Darkness? I don't know. Hey, Gil. There you go. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh, okay, I'm not stuck. Maybe having 3 followers is not a good idea as well. It feels like I get stuck too easily. Okay, I've been here. I think I already took everything here as well. Probably? Yeah. Yeah, we can just fast travel back to Riverwood. I mean, it's kind of far. I don't want to just walk on legs. The note says I need to go to the inn, right? My god. Oh, those guys look sus. Those guys are they're just walking my way. Heard they're reforming to Dawn Guard. Hi.
You there. You're the one they call Dragonborn.
The Greybeards seem to think so. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. The Greybeard seems to think so.
Then it is too late. The lie has already taken root in the hearts of men.
Cultist?
So we shall expose to them the falseness in their hearts by tearing out yours, deceiver. When Lord Mirak appears, all shall bear witness. None shall stand to oppose him.
Sure. Should have think twice, huh? Should have chosen. You should have chosen a better location. Hi. It's Dharma. Where's the cultist? Oh my god. The cult. Oh shit. Cultist gloves, mask. Mask is heavy armor? How would an Argonian with a snoot wear a mask? How would a creature with a snoot wear a mask is the question. No! The snoot is gone! Where my snoot? Oh my god, this is the worst. No. Get it out. It's disgusting. He took away my snoot. Dwarven dagger? 14? Feels like this one is way weaker. I'm not taking that. Okay, cultist order. C, cultist order. Board the vessel Northern Maiden docked at Raven Rock. Take it to Windhelm. Then begin your search. Kill the false dragonborn known as Lover of all Dragons before she reaches Solstheim. Huh. And Mirak shall be most pleased. Mirak? Mirak? So I guess Mirak is afraid of me now? Question mark? Probably. I mean, sending cultists my way when I'm so far away, I don't even know what the place is. Rock? I don't know.
Thank you so much for taking care of... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Hmm. Oh, cultist robes sell for so much. Ah, I've been paid. Moisturize, stretch that bone, 10 push-up to squats. Oh yeah. You know what? That's great. I need that. Thank you, Dub. Although, let me sell something real quick. Just kinda want to get some money back. There's some books that I might be able to sell, right? Yeah, the one with this icon, the eye icon, I'm selling those. Unless the book mentions something about the dragon, then I will not. Oh, they surprisingly sell for a lot, huh? The Wolf Queen? Hmm. Oh, 53? That's a lot of money. But now Lucan has too much of my money, but I don't think I have much for sale. I'm saying this one. Appear spectral for 3 seconds. Can I drink it and become ghost as well? Probably. I wanna try it. I would become a ghost lizard. These I'm not gonna sell because I haven't been to the arcane or the enchantment table. Necromancer robes. Oh, the cultist armor sells for a lot. Okay, let me get the cultist armor. Hi. I'm so happy every time I get to see so many Argonians in one place. Hey, give me your armor. Boots. Yeah, the robe sells for 231, supposedly. Are you a dark elf? Can I sell the robe to you, Alvo?
You're looking for take a look.
Okay. You know, I should do that. I should do the redeems first. No, let's take a small break from Skyrim's music or sound noises things. Since I do need, you know what, might as well just go for a little. I'm gonna go for a little bit of toilet break. I want to listen to something that's more. I just want to listen to Dungeon of Aether's music. Of Aether. Oh, speaking of Dungeon of Aether, Dungeon of Aether just released on Nintendo Switch, and I kind of want to buy it. But then it's like $15. It's like, oh, maybe not. I mean, good God, it's $15. $15 is like 45, 60, 60, 64, about 65 to 66 ringgit, about here or there. It depends on the exchange rate because 1 USD is like 4.4 something ringgit. So yeah, it's quite small. Ringgit is small. So yeah, it's kind of expensive. Which is kind of sad, to be honest. Right, let me just set up this real quick. Okay, I'll put this one here. So after the workout, I'll go toilet break a little bit. Oh. Yeah, I think I need to be more. I need to move my body around more, honestly, because just I feel like today I'm feeling a lot more lazier than anything. Maybe it's just part of the sadness because my sister flew to check last night, and I'm a little bit sad because she's only here for like 2 or 3 days, and then she's gonna like go to check. I mean, I'm glad for her, but I'm a little bit sad, you know, she's only here for a few days and then have to fly to check once more. I mean, she basically lives there with her boyfriend, so I guess I should be glad for her, honestly. Yeah, I totally should. Yeah, let me do some workout real quick. I'm just feeling more lazy today. Also, chair noises. This part slaps. You know, I'll make it slightly louder. Dude, it's making me want to play Dungeon of Aether. Maybe next time. Next time I'll do it. Not today. Also, to be honest, I'm taking it really easy today as well. I'm taking it super easy. Ooh. Hi, Jade. How you doing? Oh, that kinda hurts. Almost 9 PM, just woke up, and if I shove you wrong or no? I mean, it's Sunday for me, I assume it's Sunday for you as well. If it's Sunday, I mean... sounds fine for me, but I don't know for you. Like, to me, if I get to sleep until 9 PM, I guess I'll take it. It's not bad to sleep. Well, I mean... Wait, let me catch my breath. If it's like... you sleep for 12 hours? Unless you sleep at 9 AM until 9 PM, I guess it's fine. Or even if you sleep for 18 hours. I did that before. I legit just slept through the whole day. Like I slept for 1 day. Because that time I was rushing for the final project during my university years. I was rushing for like weeks without sleep, just power napping. And then once it's done, I just lie down on my bed and sleep away. And then when I wake up, it's like the next day. The next day, 8 AM. I mean, I sleep at 5 PM. Like once I reach my home. And then I just like lie down on bed, just like sleep. So I think it's about like 13-14 hours that I slept. And then I woke up, I eat a little bit of something, and I go back to sleep. And I woke up at about 11 PM. Yeah, I woke up at like 11 at night. And I was like, 11 ah. It's like such a weird time to wake up, 11 PM. So I woke up, ate something again, and I tried to fall asleep again. And I fall asleep immediately. And I woke up at about 10 in the morning. So yeah, I think I counted as like a sleep for a day. I think that's like the most I've slept in a day. It's like, yep. Let me just pin that as a trophy for myself. Slept for a day. But yeah, but for me, like, if you're like woke up at like 9 PM, I personally feel like there's nothing to feel wrong about. Maybe a bit of a guilt, I guess, but wrong, probably not. I mean, it's never wrong to sleep, to be honest. In my book, anyway, I feel like it's never wrong to just spend some time sleeping a little bit more. Like, because the older I get, right? The older I get, the more I feel like I need sleep. Like, I need sleep more. Okay, also I need to go to toilet break a little bit. Actually, let me change music. I think... yeah, see, the YouTube knows what I like. YouTube knows what I like. Yeah, I go toilet for a little bit, and then I'll come back ASAP. Oh, also I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna try to run. I mean, I already have like ads running, but I'm gonna try out this command. I don't know if it works. It might be like double the amount of ads, but if it's too much, tell me. I'm sorry. But since I'm going for a toilet break, I kind of want to just try out this command and see if it actually works. So this command basically runs a 60, 90 seconds of ads. One of them, I think it's 90 seconds. I think it's command. I'm gonna try run it and I'm gonna go to toilet real quick, yeah? Don't know if this works. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, all good, all good. Okay, let me just open back this one. Close this. Back with the burp noises. Or the warble. What is it? Okay, so now I'm just trying to get to the inn, right? Someone stole the horn, I think? Yeah, I think they stole the horn. They totally did. Hey, I want to rent.
Visitor been poking around. I'm the innkeeper. It's my business to keep track of strangers.
I'd like to rent the attic room.
Attic room, eh? Well, we don't have an attic room, but you can have the one on the wall.
Atomica, whoa. Hi. Wow. Stinky. DJ Stinky.
Emotional damage!
DJ Stinky. Wow.
Drink to our youth, today's come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done.
The one on the left, she says?
We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we
Okay. How long I sleep? I sleep for 3 hours then.
So you're the Dragonborn I've been hearing so much about. I think you're looking for this. We need to
Oh, I found the horn. What? Me not stinky? Well, those... Oh well, that fart noises would say otherwise. I hope you're doing good, DJ. Welcome. What are you doing, Gil? And Gil seems happy. Kinda.
Close the door, then we can talk.
No.
Close the door, then we can talk. Come on, close the door. Now we can talk.
But the door's still open, Delphi. What? Oh. Hey, secret room? Let's go. Oh my god, I can just take them. Everything is mine. Oh my god. You have so many things. Oh shit.
The
Oh, we'll go.
Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm supposed to be meeting someone here. Sorry, I'm supposed to be meeting someone here, says me.
I hope you're just playing dumb. I'm the one who left the note in Ustengrav.
I was expecting someone taller. What's with all the cloak and dagger? Here I am, what do you want? And I was expecting someone taller.
Good. The whole point of being in hiding is to appear to be someone you're not.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's a fair point. I just came here for the horn.
I am not your enemy.
I'm not saying you are my enemy.
I'm actually trying to help you. I just need you to hear me out.
I'm not saying you're my enemy. I'm not saying you're... Oh, go on, I'm listening. You know, I don't need to be fast even to explain things. Do it thoroughly, alright? Tell me everything.
Like I said in my note, I've heard that you might be Dragonborn.
Might be, I don't know.
I'm part of a group that's been looking for you. Well, someone like you, for a very long time.
What if I shout at you?
If you really are Dragonborn, that is. Before I tell you any more, I need to make sure I can trust you.
Do I have to shout at you? How do I know I can trust you? Well, I feel like if I don't trust you and I come in here, I might die. I might be already dead, you know? Like, if I don't... you know, that's a... How can I know I trust you?
If you don't trust me, you were a fool to walk in here in the first place.
Okay, you know what? Fair. I was talking about that as well. Why did you take the horn from Ustengrav?
I knew the Greybeards would send you there if they thought you were Dragonborn. They're nothing if not predictable. When you showed up here, I knew you were the one the Greybeards sent, and not some Thalmor plant.
Why are you looking for a Dragonborn?
We remember what most don't, that the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon slayer. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul.
Can I be a dragon layer instead?
Can you devour a dragon's soul?
I seem to do it multiple times. I have some kind of powerful dragons, that's all I can say.
This is no time to play the reluctant hero. You either are or aren't Dragonborn.
I don't know,
I'll
man.
see for myself soon enough.
Good. What's the part you're not telling me?
Dragons aren't just coming back. They're coming back to life. They weren't gone somewhere for all these years. They were dead, killed off centuries ago by my predecessors. Now something's happening to bring them back to life, and I need you to help me stop it.
Can I just lay the dragons instead? Do you know how crazy this sounds?
A few years ago, I said almost the same thing to a colleague of mine. Well, it turned out he was right and I was wrong.
Okay. What makes you think dragons are coming back to life?
I know they are. I visited their ancient burial mounds and found them empty. And I figured out where the next one will come back to life. We're going to go there, and you're going to kill that dragon. If we succeed, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
I'm not gonna ask anything. Where are we headed?
Kynes Grove. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. If we can get there before it happens, maybe we'll learn how to stop it.
Let's go kill a dragon. Gosh, this game went from 10 to 9 in my book. I'm not enthusiastic about killing a dragon. I want to do something else.
I need to get into my traveling gear. Give me a minute and I'll be ready.
That's sad. Oh wait, I just took your map. Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
That's better. Let's get on the Kynes Grove.
Okay, let me just a second. Don't worry about it. Just gonna take some money. Ooh, giant's toe. Damn.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
Ragnar the Red. So I guess now I'm going to Kai whatever grove that is.
Kynes Grove is this way.
Kynes Grove.
Travel together or split up and meet there. Your choice. If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynes Grove will be the next to come back to life.
Who are Thalmor?
The faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion. There's no worse enemy to humankind. We hurt them in the past, and they have long memories. Let's get going.
Where's Kynes Grove? Travel to Solstheim, Slow Jam. Oh, okay. Alright, I found Kyron's Grove. I'm just gonna go there quick, I guess. Although before that, I probably should do some cleaning of the carry weight here because I'm like 300 over 350. Might be a little bit too heavy. God, but then again... Oh wait, weren't there like an enchantment table in here? In the Delphine's secret room? I'm stuck.
We got rooms and food. Drink too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Aha, okay. See? Major Squire. Knight armor skill by 70 points. 17 points. There. So I guess the rest I can just sell them. Okay, you little shit. Uh-huh. Okay. I see how it is. Alright. You little shit. Ooh. No. No. Not this time. Oh, I get the horn. So now I can just go back to the Greybeards, I guess. Go full Malaysian Chinese. Full Malaysian Chinese 啊，哇，很久没有讲华语了。Okay, let me set this up real quick. Chinese, 亲子。Okay, let me just put this here. Put on the timer. The timer is here. Chinese is here. Yeah, it looks about right. Let me just set the marathon timer to like 8 minutes. I should probably just make it all automated. I don't know how to set the timer automate. Oh, I can make the... I don't need to... I just need to like enable Chinese and un-Chinese. Yeah, I don't need a timer, honestly. But the timer is like a way to tell myself. But in the future... Oh, I have an idea. Ooh! You know, I have an idea. I just need to like set the timer for 8 minutes and then to disable the Chinese word. Maybe put in some audio cue as well. So there are like a few audio cues I want to do. Turn CC on. It's like, where the subtitles at? That one. This one. The yip noises. Eight minutes. Doop. It should be 8 minutes, right? Why did it start at 7:50? Let me add 10 seconds to it. Doesn't count. There, okay. Now it's 8 minutes. OK， 我讲华语了啊。如果你们听不懂的话，你们去怪一下 dog 就好了，不用紧的。Make it a 5 minutes and make it cheaper. But then 啊，我讲华语的话，没有人听得懂的。如果太便宜的话，没有人听得懂。那如果太便宜的话 ，I'll tell you this afterwards. I'll just hear it good. 你们必定不会马上听得到我的声音，是声音很细的哟，是不是？开玩笑，真是。是我现在去开Emotional damage。我如果那时候那个 emotional damage 还是有点大声哦。I'll tell you afterwards because I still need to speak in Chinese. 李小姐可以讲，不用紧。那个关于摩托车。OK. Emotional damage. 这个也没有什么 emotional damage 呢，也没有很严重的，只被车撞而已。被车撞而已，这样的话讲出，好像是狼声音。我想要讲话，不知道我讲不讲话。开温school。你要长长还是短短？短短。哎呀，没有了。全部被你手遮掉了。是 premium cat 吗？那边 premium cat。是我不知道，如果我一直这样做这个主线做这些的话，应该没什么东西会 miss 掉的诶。至少我感觉不会的。看看也是拿一点 iron ore 回家。因为讲真，我几乎也是除了要找那个 Lusty Argolian Make 的书啊，我还要把我的 Smith 弄到100，然后把那个 Enchant 弄到100也是，我到后面是不够的呢。只是到最后我是想要报告全部东西。我只想看一个几炸，锤到我们全部死掉。我觉得那很帅耶。
No, you don't want to go up there. A dragon, it's attacking.
It's attacking. Attacking Kind's Groove.
Well, I don't know. Not yet. It flew over the town and landed on the old dragon mound. I don't know what it's doing up there, but I'm not waiting around to find out.
Come on, hurry. We might be too late.
What? 你又跑回去？你跑回去是已经找来了哦。等一下，给我找东西偷一下。拿不是偷。哎呀，我不知道哎，感觉我过去好像会被秒杀哦。我被秒杀就是真的是直接吐了，我跟你讲。那个龙在讲话，哇，声音很帅耶！惨了，我要喷了。哦。等下我要讲过去哦，我要讲过去，我要看龙，不要，我要过去，我要看龙诶。啊，哦呦，可以。哇，声音很粗哦。哇，你的声音很帅耶！哦，嗨。他们声音很帅耶。毒海。Okay, I'm in. Oh, 他们的声音很帅哦，真的会喷，我跟你讲。哇，我想他们能不能就好像，能不能就一直这样跟我讲话就好？哦，是的，我还有2只龙。哎呀，有2只我也不会 complain 呐。哇，他们会讲话哦，很帅哦！哇，我要死了，真是！不能！其实我觉得我好像喝太多，我喝太多红色水了。我红色水最多呢。OK 啦，喝一点这个也可以了。你还好吗？有点帅。耶！希望我晚抽到打，我有四个嘎叽踩死你！4个嘎叽踩死你！没有话讲嘞，让我4个嘎叽不会死咯。Easy。又太重了。 Hey, Gil,帮我拿一下. Oh wait, I can already speak. Okay, I should be. I'm gonna go back to English.
It's true, isn't it? You really are Dragonborn.
I mean, your leg is inside the floor. Maybe you are the Dragonborn, not me. Let me just disable these two. Should be good. Okay. So hi again, Barnaby. I'm pretty sure you don't understand what I said at all just now. I want to tell you about the model thing. I am really sorry that I just keep forgetting about it. But I promise I will finish it as soon as possible. It's just I need to fix the polygon issues, and that's it. Right? It shouldn't be too hard, and I think I can finish it quite quickly. I'll be very fast. I'll be very fast.
Whatever you want to know, nothing held back.
Who are you, and what do you want with me?
I'm one of the last members of the Blades. A very long time ago, the Blades were dragon slayers, and we served the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer. For the last 200 years since the last Dragonborn Emperor, the Blades have been searching for a purpose. Now that dragons are coming back, our purpose is clear again. We need to stop them.
Why do we need to stop dragons? They're not even doing anything.
Not a damn thing. I was just as surprised as you to find that big black dragon here.
I've seen that dragon before, the one that got away. What's the name? Alduin, right?
Really? Where?
It was the one that attacked Helgen when Ulfric escaped from the Imperials.
Interesting. Same dragon.
Yeah.
Damn it. We're blundering around in the dark here. We need to figure out who's behind it all.
The Blades, who are they?
Exactly. Nobody even remembers our name these days. We used to be known across Tamriel as the protectors of the Septim Emperors. Those days are long. For the last 200 years. But we never found one. Until now.
Wait, Delphine is not human? How does Delphine even survive for that long? 200 years?
The first thing we need to do is figure out who's behind the dragons. The Thalmor are our best lead. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is.
What makes you think the Thalmor are behind bringing dragons back?
Nothing solid, yet. But my gut tells me it can't be anybody else.
That's a big assumption.
The Empire had captured Ulfric. The war was basically over. Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And now the dragons are attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Skyrim is weakened. The Empire is weakened. Who else gains from that but the Thalmor?
I guess. So we need to find out what the Thalmor know about the dragons. Any ideas?
If we could get into the Thalmor Embassy, it's the center of their operations in Skyrim. Problem is that place is locked up tighter than a miser's purse. They could teach me a few things about paranoia.
How do you get into the Thalmor Embassy?
I'm not sure yet. I have a few ideas, but I'll need some time to pull things together. Meet me back in Riverwood. If I'm not back when you get there, wait for me. I shouldn't be long. Keep an eye on the sky. This is only going to get worse.
Okay. Diplomatic immunity. So this is the mainline story, isn't it? That's Dragonborn, diplomatic. Which one is the main line again? The cultists travel to Solstheim? This one's the cultist one. This one is Delphine. Maybe Delphine is the main line. Maybe, just maybe. I guess, probably. Maybe, huh? I think so. I mean, if this is a main line, I don't think it's that bad. It's just the High Hrothgar bit is a little bit too tedious. You know, that we need to run for 10 years and get up to High Hrothgar. I think that part might be the worst of all. So far, anyway, for me. Just needing to run that high up. without much going on is both boring and tedious. That's my take on the High Hrothgar part. But this thing, being able to look at Alduin and hear Alduin and see Alduin doing things, that's hot. Might be a little bit biased though. Might be a little bit biased. Okay, let's get back to Riverwood. Riverwood. Let's go.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampires or something.
Heard they're reforming to Dawn Guard. Dawn Guard.
She's already mine, I keep telling you.
Heard they're reforming to Dawn Guard. Hey.
You looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Deal some damage. I'm just gonna sell this.
Until next.
Carryway looks okay for now.
You look like a traveler. Someone that has seen faraway places and heard new stories.
I don't think you were followed. Come on, I have a plan.
So Delphine knows about fast travel as well? Dang.
Not here, downstairs.
No one cares, there's no one here. Oh my god, Delphine is so slow. You could open up your legs more to
I
run.
figured out how we're going to get you into the Thalmor Embassy.
Good. You're not coming?
That would be a bad idea. I'd be too likely to attract the wrong kind of attention. But they don't know you at all yet.
Oh, you know what? That's clever. How do I infiltrate the Thalmor Embassy?
The Thalmor ambassador, Elenwen, regularly throws parties where the rich and connected cozy up to the Thalmor. I can get you into one of those parties. Once you're inside the embassy, you can get away and find Elenwen's secret files. I have a contact inside the embassy. He's not up for this kind of high-risk mission, but he can help you. His name is Malborn. Wood Elf. Plenty of reason to hate the Thalmor. You can trust him.
Okay, if you
I'll
say
get
so.
word for him to meet you in Solitude at the Winking Skeever. You know it? While you're doing that, I'll work on getting you an invitation to Elenwen's little party. Meet me at the Solitude stables after you've arranged things with Malborn. Any questions?
Guess not. Once I'm inside the embassy, then what?
That's when the fun starts. You'll have to slip away from the party without raising the alarm.
Oh, that's...
Then you'll need to find Elenwen's
Oh,
office.
that's my specialty.
Malborn should be able to point you in the right direction.
I'm the master of sneaking. I'll see you in Solitude after I meet Malborn. Okay.
Sounds good. Be careful.
Nah, my sneak is too strong. I'm pretty sure they cannot even kill me. Can they even touch me? I don't think so. Like, I'm too stonk.
What? Something you're still confused about?
Please get out of my way. Thank you. Can I recruit more Argonian followers? There was Dharma around here, I think, that I saw. On it. Hi, hi. Can I recruit you?
Need something?
Guess not. I'm sad now. Scimitar. Scimitar. Should probably get one more steel ingot. I'm just gonna upgrade them. I think I stole all the ones here.
There's been another dragon attack. Kind scroll this time.
Yeah, it's gone. I took all of them.
Whatever. Take a look.
Can I have one steel ingot? Thank you.
Good day.
Nice. Right, that's good, that's good. I'm gonna go to... Solitude? You know, before I go to Solitude, let's meet up with my wife. It's been a while. I miss Lifts the Tail. Just want to look at her for a little bit. Hey, 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 hi, hi, hi. Waifu, waifu. Where's my waifu? Please, I'm stuck.
Be careful.
I'm trying to. You need to let me get out. Thank you. Oh, hi.
It's my love come to visit. Is there anything you need, dearest?
Yeah. Cooking something?
Here, this is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
Thanks, Gil.
The gold is flowing nicely. Here's your half of the profits, my dear.
Whoa, she's so good. Why are the things that you sell are so expensive, Lifts the Tail? Is that how you get money? Frostbite? Oh, you sell soul gems? Oh, thank you. I'm buying them. You're the best. I should buy this as well. Here, you can have my money back.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
The way she says it's so cute. I'll be here if you need me, love. I love that. Oh yeah, I should try to cook something. Beef stew. Beef stew. Steamed mud crab legs. Butter? Hawker stew. 1 point of health per second for 720 seconds. 720? Let's make beef stew. Who, what, where? Who's making those noises?
Is there anything you need, dearest?
You're upstairs. What'd you do? Why did I hear some sort of a chime? I'm a little scared. Alright, I don't know how to talk today. That's why I'm taking it super easy today. Like, not trying to talk too much, and also be very quiet, very chill about today.
Izmir, you've helped save the Gildergreen. Words can't express what that means.
I spend a lot of time at the market stall so I can learn the merchant's trade. I need more experience if I'm going to run an inn someday.
Oh yeah, now I need to go to Solitude, right? Solitude is here? No, here? No, here? Oh, okay, here. Oh, that's so far though. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Let me go back to my house real quick. There's a few things I need to take care of. Alright, come here, gang.
It's my love come to visit.
I should just put something in the... Yeah. Like this. The beautiful things. I cannot put Meridia's beacon into here. Another hand touches the beacon. Not much I'm going to put back here. But I think... Who has it again? I think it's Gil. Gil has all the dragon bones and stuff, yeah. Some weapons, I guess? Forsworn bow? Ah, Forsworn bow...
Is there anything you need, dearest?
I love her. And then some weapons from you, I guess? Can you use this one? leather braces. Vampire armor of major conjuration. I could sell these for money, I guess. They're not wearing it.
Is there anything you need, dearest?
No.
I'll be here.
I'll be here if you need me, love. It's so adorable. Oh, you have this. Nice. Oh, you excel in one-handed. Okay. Orcish Maze 22. Let me just put back the dragon's bones and scales. I don't know how much do I need in the future, since I never really made a dragon bone thing, like armor and weapons. So like, I don't know how much do I need those bones and scales. Probably a lot. Since like we get to kill dragons really early on, and then we can only craft dragon bone things at Smith level 100. So it's like, it's probably gonna take a while, it feels like. Or like, it's probably gonna use a lot, maybe like 40 dragon scales or 40 dragon bones. I don't know. Hey, can I sell you things?
Ah, it's my love come to visit.
You can have all the good stuff. You can have my rings as well.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
I think I'm
Good pieces out here. I don't claim to looking to protect
it's time
yourself.
to make some money
or deal
again.
some damage.
I think I have quite a bit of soul gems, right? Let's see. Lesser petty 6. Ooh, okay, that's a lot.
Inside the shop if you need anything.
Okay, I can make money again. Hee hee.
We've got small blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Good doing business with you.
Oh god, I'm too thick.
Have you met my father? He's a steward up at Dragon's Reach.
Oh god, I'm so slow. Oh. Steel sword? Steel war axe? War axe. And they're just gonna make 10,000 daggers. I love how the way you upgrade your own skills is to just upgrade the smith skills is to craft 10,000 iron daggers. The easiest thing to craft. Just spam them. I need more leather strips. I need this. I need this. I think I have a lot more leather from you. Oh. Okay, not you. I guess it's Gil then. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have a lot of leather strips. Yeah, I have a lot of leather strips.
I don't claim. Take a look.
I'm still too heavy. I'm just gonna sell some iron dagger. There.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Alright, time to make money. I mean, this is kind of what I do currently for this playthrough. I'm just gonna like make a bunch of daggers, upgrade them with like stamina damage, I think. The most expensive enchantment. Do that a bunch of times, upgrade my enchantment level as well as smith levels, and just sell them for money. See, right now I have 10k gold. Very, very nice. Although never enough. I want more. I need more money, more shiny. I want it. Why am I here again? Oh yeah, enchantment. Oh, I have a little lesser soul gem as well. I didn't see that. Good, good. Enchanting level 67? I mean, that's not bad, right? Probably not the fastest way of upgrading enchantment, but you know, I think this kind of speed is good enough. This is like my third session with second or third. My third session with Lovers of All Dragons. I think it's a pretty steady pace. Not necessarily super fast, but it's not bad.
Come to Dragon's Reach to take a look.
Take a look. I'm just gonna buy your empty soul gems. There, that's good enough.
You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
It's kind of sad how I cannot sell my enchanted dagger to them, to Farengar, because Farengar sells a lot of soul gems, which is what I need. But since I cannot sell my dagger to him, which means that my money is pretty much gone if I give it to him. I cannot get it back with anything.
You know, I saw something near Shimmermist Cave to the northeast. Some kind of creature.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Everything's... Some may call this junk. Me,
Okay, let me see your... I'll buy this. Buy this. That's not bad.
Do come back.
Okay, and then get the bunny back. Hi.
It is our most favorite company.
Get all the money back from the
I
blacksmith.
don't claim to be the best, the finest weapons and armor.
No, I couldn't take everything. Okay, it's
Don't
fine.
forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
So one last thing. Go back to my home again.
Ah, it's my love come to visit. Is there anything you need, dearest?
Okay, who has the dragon scale again? I think it's Basks-In-Darkness. Hi, where? Hi, okay. Yep, okay. Good, good. Let me just store it up. Like, this thing is too heavy. And the mammoth task. Nah. 269 carry weight. Okay, it's not that bad. Alright, bye, lives a tail. Okay, so now I need to go to Solitude. Since I haven't discovered that one, I'm just gonna go to the stables and go there. Save time. I'm pretty sure even if I finish the main story quest, even though just end the game, right? That would be a little bit ridiculous, don't it? Okay, enchant. This one, 70. Health, Magicka, and Stamina enchantment on armor are 25% stronger. I just want this, to be honest. I want extra effect. Smith. Upgrade magical weapons hour. There. The skill position can be used to get better price from merchants and persuade others to do as you ask. Better price for merchants? But then again, they don't have a lot of gold for me to take, right? I'm not getting that. Mystic Binding? I should try out the Conjuration. I still haven't tried out the Bound Bow yet. Bound Bow is a... how much? Adept 120? Yeah, Adept 120. I think I can get to Adept, question mark? Thanks for streaming. Oh, Dop. I mean, thank you for being here. I know today I'm not doing much. I'm just doing this. I'm not really like doing something that's very exciting. Dark Brotherhood. How do I even initiate Dark Brotherhood? Also, anytime Dark. I should be thanking you for being here, honestly. Oh, Khajiit. It's the Khajiit. What? Where am I Khajiit? Where did they all go? But I fucking forgot. Well, don't mind if I do. Just need the garlic. The Dark Brotherhood in this one versus Oblivion is way more obscure. The Dark Brotherhood sounds scary. Maybe I should do it after... You need to go to Windhelm? Never play Oblivion? Same.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go?
Let's go to Solitude.
Climb and back and we'll be off.
Thank you.
First time to Solitude?
Climb up, everyone.
Old city, capital of Skyrim, but I'm sure you already...
In Oblivion, you just need to murder an innocent person and sleep. That's how. That does sound hard and easy at the same time. Hard as in my mental damage is gonna keep me away from doing it. Easy as in it's just one step and sleep. Or 2 steps, to be honest. To be... In this game, it's far more difficult. Oh, shit.
If you've come to Solitude to join the Legion, speak to Rika. If not, just keep your nose clean while you...
Now I'm a little bit curious. So what, the Dark Brotherhood murdering an innocent? So I guess Dark Brotherhood is like kind of the bad one, I think? Is it a guild? I mean, it's not a guild, it's a brotherhood.
Positions. Sorry, you need to go home. Go home and stay there. You won't leave here alive.
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What do you mean? Nazim? Kill them. Fucking kill them. I don't know what I did. Go, Nazim! These assholes tried to kill me for... I didn't do shit? What do you mean? I didn't do anything. What? Ancient Nord arrow? You interrupted the government-sanctioned beheading. You walked up there? Wait, I'm not supposed to walk up there? Walking is against... I guess I cannot... I'm not trying to interrupt. Well, I guess me walking up there, don't know the intention. I mean, in real life, they were just like, somebody's trying to help. Because it's like you were about to save the guy. Oh, fuck. I mean, that guy still died. This guy, right? Still died. Oh, well, whatever. Captain, they killed the captain. They killed the captain. I win the game. They killed the captain. I cannot. Oh shit, it's the best game ever. 1,000 bounty into the Hafinga? I guess. Hey guys, how are you guys holding up? It's me, beard. Hey, you guys need some support? Sure you do, right? Who is that? Walks in Ash? Oh, are you helping me? Oh my god, you're so strong. Hi, who are you? Jarira, who are you? Whoa, don't kill an Argonian. Why do you want to kill me? No, Argonian though. We were supposed to stand together. They're a bitch. Alright. I'm infiltrating wherever this place is. This looks like a guard's place. I'm gonna die. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Hey, Nazim! Go! Go, Nazim, go! Yeah! Kill them! What? It's not me, it's Nazim! Alright, who wants to fight, huh? Who wants to fight? Might as well. Might as well. I'll kill you. What is that? Is Jarira? Is your name I love how Walks and Ash is like just helping me.
Don't come too close with that.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh fuck. This game's great. You royally messed up this city. I'm not sure they'll even arrest you. They might just trying to kill me all the time. I'm pretty sure anyway. Can I resist one in combat? Who's trying to kill me again? Oh, is it Jarira? I hope I didn't butcher his name. Hi. Walks in there. Someone do something. I mean, I'm not doing anything. Right, so I'm trying to get into here, right? Alright, you guys do your thing. Let me do my quest. Good job, guys. Good job. Right, pat on the shoulder, smooch. Smooch, smooch. And Walks in Ash, where are you? Smooch behind your head, alright? And Harris, smooch, alright? You guys did good, Now let's get it. I'm getting out of here. Oh, we got another mage. Deetsan. Walks in Ash and Deetsan.
All over now.
Thank you, Smooch. Thank you, Smooch. Alright. You're the best, what do I do?
I'm a little busy at the moment. I've got all sorts of errands to run.
Shut the fuck up, I'll kill you. Oh, arrow. Hi. You're Malborn?
What do you need?
Our mutual friend sent me.
Really? You're who she picked? I hope she knows what she's doing.
What? What do you
Here's
mean?
the deal. I can smuggle some equipment into the embassy for you. Don't plan on bringing anything else in with you. The Thalmor takes security very seriously.
Solitude no more.
And I'll make sure to get it into the
I didn't mean to do it. Look, I'm not even gonna save scum this one. You know what? I'll live with my consequences. Fuck's sake. I cannot. I didn't know. I just walked there and then they kill me. What kind of thing should I bring?
You're asking me? She promised that she was sending someone who knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you actually want to get out alive, I'd bring whatever you need to move quietly and kill quickly.
Dagger, then. Asserting dominance, Harris. Hi, Gil. How you doing, Smooch? Here's one.
I'll get this inside the embassy for you. I've got to go. I'll find you at the party. Don't worry.
Right, I need my dagger. I need my I'll be naked though. I don't have spare set of armor. Well, I need my armor still. probably gonna need some potion of healing. There we go. Need a food. I need... my jams. Alright. I probably gonna need some soul gems, question mark? Oh yeah, more shiny. Yeah. It bring it in for me, right? It's all part of the plan, don't worry. It's not just that I want some shiny in me. No. It's part of the plan. Stop right there, criminal scum. Hi, Nix. Hello. Hope you're doing good. You sleep in armor? Yeah. Do you sleep naked? Not me. I don't know, sleeping naked doesn't make me feel great. It makes me feel weird. Droxen already naked? True. Ah, don't look! Oh god! Hey, Gil. Oh, I still have this. Lend me that one. I could work with this one. Actually, I like this one a little bit more. Thank you. Oh wait, are you wearing things? Oh, you are. Okay, good. That should be good enough. Okay, let me just put things on real quick. Cover up my things. Good enough. I may be half naked, but it's fine.
True, I may look the part of dashing swordsman, but I prefer.
You did use Frostfall mod? What's Frostfall? I'm doing alright. How is Level of All Dragons today? Level of All Dragons did some chaos just now. Oh, hi.
Stormy exterior. I have no business with you. Leave me.
I like you though.
Go away. I have more important things on my mind right now.
Fair enough.
I don't like strangers.
Oh.
Yes.
I don't like strangers. Alright, I'll leave you be. I respect your privacy because you are a very nice Argonian. I would expect nothing less. Brought some chaos by accident. I didn't mean to kill everyone in Solitude, but I don't know why they decide to kill me.
Hello, I'm Gisley, but you can just call me Erica's sister.
Jarira, stop! Jarira, stop! Why are you doing this? Okay, I just run. Just run. No, I'm not hurting anyone. Nasty bit of business, Rockvere's execution.
As you know, my cousin Fura died out there fighting for us. She wouldn't have had to if it weren't for Rockvere.
I guess.
Thank you for helping my aunt earlier.
I mean, I already have everything here. Not this. Where's my dagger again? We should start the Dark Brotherhood quest line. Ooh. Probably. Okay, how about this? After I infiltrate the Thalmor Embassy, let's do it. It's a bit of chaos for sure. I don't know what happened. Look, I just woke up here, and then everyone started to kill me. Jarira, please stop. I cannot kill you. Oh, that pains me. I don't want to do that. You know who wants to accept him? Hey. Oh! Don't. Divine bless your kind heart. It's best you leave me be. Okay. Run. I can't. This game's so good. Oh, fuck. Shut the fuck up. I'll kill you. Oh, yeah? You wanna kill me? 8,000? 8,000? My man, 8,000 is like more than a house. Kill. Jarira, please. You're just chasing me at this point. Well, everything is fine. Just a typical day in Skyrim. Oh fuck, there's more. Hey, do not, I said do not. I'll kill you. Oh, get shit bashed on, stupid. Thank you, thank you. Right, you guys are so strong, man. Jeez. No, it's Jarira, run! Oh, God damn it. You murdered the whole city, that's why it's 8K. Dude, it's even stronger than 4K monitor at this point. Try throwing a weapon near him, then sheath it. Oh, God, sorry, it's a little bit too late. Unless I have another guard around here? Okay, draw a weapon. There's one more here, right? Oh, hi! Oh! 9K! Nope. Nope, you little shit. I'll block your things. Hit me then, hit me. Can I block it? Like a bite of the flea. Is that it, huh? Like I can't. Oh fuck. Shit. Jarira, stop! I swear. Oh my god. I'm just gonna go find Delphine and end this real quick. Alright, Jarira, goodbye. I'm sure you're a good Argonian. Draw. Sheath near the unkillable. Oh, okay. Hey, Jarira. Hey. 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 Please, you don't kill. Is there oh, wait. Dude, I win. Kind's peace. Kind's peace. This is my only hope. Kind's peace. Wake up. Wake up, Jarira. Do you still have the will to fight? I don't think so. I should make a single file. But why? Why did it affect the horse but not Jarira? What the fuck? The horse is not doing anything. I was aiming at Jarira. Game. Is he too strong? I'm sure their one-handed skill is already super strong. How about now? Alright, maybe not. Just go find Delphine. Just go find Delphine. It's okay, man. There's nothing wrong with this. Maybe they're wearing earplugs. Oh shit, they have iPods on. Can you go anywhere without guards attacking you now? Maybe. I guess. I mean, solitude is high. Are you dead? Oh, good. Thank God you're not dead. I was like a kid, not doing anything. Just lying on the ground until it's dead. Jarira, I swear to God. Alright, everything's fine. Where's Delphine? Delphine? No! Delphine! Don't join them. Oh, thank you. Yes, Malbon's all set. Good, yeah, okay, good. Yes. Okay. Shut up! What do I need to do? Party boots? Okay, I guess I need to wear the party boots. Oh, party clothes and boots? Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm good. Alright. Bring me in! Yes, go. Go. Yeah, Delphine, I'm stuck. I cannot move. I cannot move. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right.
And arriving by carriage, no less. I salute you, my lady. My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up.
Oh, okay.
God's forsaken mountain.
Scuff. Very scuffed.
I prefer to arrive early.
Hi.
Often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking.
All good, as if nothing ever happened.
There's not enough drinking in the world.
As if nothing ever happened. I love how I still have Meridia's beacon and also Wielandria's spoon. Now, why do you have a spoon on you?
Welcome to the Thalmor Embassy. Your invitation, please.
Is there a problem?
Of course not. Purely a formality. Now, I need to see your invitation.
Here you go.
Thank you, Mom. Go right in.
Why do you have a spoon on you? Hi.
Proceed into the embassy.
Are they elves?
Just doing my duties.
That's a janky eye, dude.
Guests are advised to remain inside the embassy.
Okay. Alright, okay. Don't get. There's no need to get heated. I did kill the whole Solitude guard.
Welcome. I don't believe we've met. I am Elenwen, the Thalmor Ambassador to Skyrim.
A little close, don't you think? A little close. My name is Loverboy. Ow! No, I deserve that. My name is Lover of all dragons. Pleased to meet you.
Ah, yes. I remember your name from the guest list. Please, tell me more about yourself. What brings you to this... to Skyrim? What is it, Malborn?
It's just that we've run out of the Alto wine. Do I have your permission to uncork the Arinthia Red?
I've told you before not to...
Why you bullying me?
I'm the one that's getting bullied.
Madam Ambassador.
My apologies. We'll have to get better acquainted later. Please.
Oh, it's Malborn. Hey, Malborn, do you have any plans? My beans!
What can I get?
What?
You made it in. Good. As soon as you distract the guards, I'll open this door and we can get you on your way.
Create a distraction and get away from the party? No, ew. No, pie on my face? God. Oh, God, no. Sombrero? I don't know how I feel about that. Sombrero. Oh, God. How do I create a distraction? Let me just take all the things real quick. Oh yeah, meat. Dagger? I need that. Oh, I didn't mean to take the ball. It's getting stinky. Oh, that's actually perfect. You guys didn't tell me killing guards would be this fun.
I hope you're enjoying yourself, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'd like a drink.
Here you go, miss. Colovian brandy.
Thank you for the Colovian brandy. I'd like a drink.
I'm sorry, but I think you've had enough for the moment.
But I want a Colovian brandy?
I'm sorry, but I think you've had enough for the moment.
But how about one more? Can I have one more Colovian brandy?
I'm sorry, but I think you've had enough for the moment.
I'll like a drink. I'll fucking chew you.
All right then.
Hey, Malborn.
Hospitality of the Thalmor Embassy is at
Malborn, I want.
Yes, what do you need?
I like a drink.
We seem to have run out of Colovian brandy. I'll check in the wine cellar for more when I get a moment.
Oh, is there a hint?
Mm-hmm.
So what do I need? Do I need to get in? Oh, I cannot get in. Give the bowl the dang drink. I know, right? Gosh, can't get a good drink these days. Like what is Colovian brandy? Is it just cola? Give Kobo the cola. Should I go be a lightweight? What's a lightweight? But I'm very heavy. I'm like 103 kilograms. Oh, there is Colovian brandy. You hang up for 20% better price for 30 seconds. Stamina regenerates 30% slower for 30 seconds. Colovian brand. I cannot drink Colovian brandy. It says it's a quest item. I'll eat the whole dang cheese. That's all. It's okay. I'll wait for you, Tom. Lightweight equals takes very little drink to become good. Oh, that's lightweight? That's what they mean? Oh shit, I am super lightweight, yeah. I cannot handle alcohol. I cannot even drink them. Like, it's not like I cannot drink them. I can, but I cannot handle the I cannot handle the bitterness of alcohol. So that's why I just avoid them at all cost. But yeah, I did drink a bit of alcohol when I was celebrating one of my friend's birthday. I drank one. I drank 2 bottles of Somersby apple, and my face is all red afterwards, and I start to speak gibberish according to my friends. We'll come back up. Also, yeah. Apparently that's lightweight. I think yeah, I'm super lightweight. I didn't know what lightweight was at the same at first. I thought lightweight is that I'm like 102, I'm heavyweight. I'm 102 kilograms, but apparently that's what lightweight means, so but yeah, I'm super lightweight. I cannot drink much. I'm obese. Somersby is nice. Yeah, Somersby is really nice. How do I create distraction? Do I just need to get drunk myself? But I cannot drink the Colovian brandy. I cannot drink cola. Can I drink? I want Colovian brandy. But Colovian brandy. What do I do? I can just talk to people.
Always throws quite a party, but not every Nord is upset. A rare few. As for honor, well, you must be new to. I feel that I try to do my little part. Besides,
you seem.
I don't recall seeing you at one of these before, and I know everyone who's anyone in Skyrim.
Are you sure? You know everyone and everyone in Skyrim? Jesus, that's a huge brain.
To maintain relationship. By the way, I don't know who you are, but unless you want me to blow your cover, I'd advise that you avoid me for the rest of the party.
I just wanted to get a better look at you.
We have a relationship of mutual respect. I care little about the politics and right, but I do respect power, and the Thalmor have that.
I guess I don't care about you.
Was there anything else I could do?
So I recently-ish had to move back in with a parent. It's a great way to lose weight. I lost 26 pounds already. Ooh, the trick not eating and rationing what food you have. That sounds tough, but I want good food. I want to eat sushi. I crave sushi again. I cannot resist the urge to eat food. Food to me is like my livelihood at this point. Like I don't want to ration. I want to eat. I sound like a dickhead. I'm sorry.
Very much so, and thank you for asking.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
You want a drink? Oh, here.
Ah, the one generous soul amongst a gathering of pinch pennies and lick spittles.
I like you.
If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not hesitate
Oh,
to call
can you create a distraction? Can you create a distraction?
Wonderful. I can begin to repay your generosity immediately. Say on, friend.
I like you. I need you call succeed. Oh my god. That's what I need to do. Get everyone's attention for a few minutes.
Is that all?
Oh, it's up to you now, Raislan. Oh, I totally behold your handiwork. In the sidelines.
Attention, everyone. Could I have your attention, please? I have an announcement to make.
Dude, he's good.
Let's go. Before anyone notices.
Go. Go before anyone notices, he says. I ran. What's the hurry, he says. God fucking damn it, man. I can't. Ah, fuck. Oh, okay, breathe. Everything is fine. Oh, okay. I'm good. What's the native language you speak? My native language is Chinese. 我是讲华语的，我是华人。
So far, so good. Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to pass through the kitchen. Your gear is hidden in the larder. Just stay close and let me do any talking. Got it? Follow me. I'll be a good boy.
Wait, just let me take everything possible. Like, if you have a bit of a time, like, thank you very much. I just need some time to take all the things I need to take.
Feeling ill. Leave the let's be.
A guest in the kitchens? You know this is against the rules.
Rules, is it, Savannah?
Huh?
I didn't realize that eating moon sugar was permitted. Perhaps I should ask the ambassador.
Get out of here. I saw nothing.
That was quick. Moon sugar, I saw nothing. God, there's so many things to eat here. Jeez. Thank you, Tavani. Sorry if I butchered that name. I did not mean that. That's a wonderful name you have there, Khajiit. What am I harvesting? 我想知道这是否有效。还不错，还蛮有效的。其实，华语的 Google Translate 其实我觉得还不错啦。虽然有时候他们的那个句子感觉怪怪的，有点怪懒，不过还是看得懂的啦。In short, yes, it's quite it is quite it's understandable. It's Google Translate, but it's quite. It's not bad for Google Translate. I think recently I feel like Google Translate Chinese is actually not bad, and like it's actually not bad. I can understand the sentence structures. Potatoes leaks. There's a leak. Shut up. Let me take things first. Horse hunch? Sure.
Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed.
I'll kill you, Malborn. Give me a second. And reply in English. It's fine, it's fine.
The door behind you, or the patrols might notice something.
But yeah, that's my take on like Google Translate English is not bad, I would say. Actually, the keyboard you have, it has a translation button. Whoa, that's cool. So it's not Google Translate? Oh, that's even better. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cool though.
Lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
Malborn, can you please shut the hell up? What's the difference between that and 我想知道这是否有效？我想知道这是否有效？ Huh? They are both the same, isn't it? Oh, wait, they're different. I see it. One is traditional Chinese, one is simplified Chinese. Traditional Chinese is the second one, which is the recent one that you saw, that you sent. You see the word, the fifth word. The fifth word is what differentiates between simplified Chinese and traditional Chinese. Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty good. But yeah, since I'm in Malaysia, Malaysia usually uses simplified Chinese. I mean, I do know a tad bit of traditional Chinese, but I'm not good at it. Like, I'm actually pretty terrible at it.
I've got to get back before I'm missed.
Alright, got all my jams and shit. Time to kill. I forgot to bring arrows.
Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
That was delicious.
I said it better myself.
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
Yeah, I did it. What do you want?
Let me do the talking.
I did hear something rather interesting the other day. Apparently, the Red Bull.
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go goodbye.
Some say the ship suffered damage to her.
There's so many outdoor wine here. I just want to drink all of them.
You're on your own
this morning. Who are they with? More of the emissaries' treaty enforcers? No, they're high.
Oh, okay, they locked it.
I guess herself is finally getting worried about all the dragon attacks. Ah, good. I've been wondering how we were supposed to defend this place from a dragon. If a dragon does show up, maybe we'll get lucky and it will eat the mages first.
Eat the mages
Enough
first?
time to kill it.
Gosh, they're so mean. You're not reliable? Maybe I'm not too reliable, you're right. Look, then again, I'm just a kobold. Can I become a Thalmor myself?
Well, we better get back to our round.
Whoa. Oh, that looks not bad. But then no armor. No armor. Meat barrel. Steal everything. Everything's mine. Everything that shines, everything that doesn't shine is mine. Everything that shines is mine. Who needs armor? We have scalies? True. Where'd they go? I assume they are very hostile towards me now, since I'm not supposed to be here. There's only one of you. Huh. The boat senses are strong today? Mm-hmm. Please don't mind the tail. Uh-oh. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, can I kill you like this? I hope my dagger is enough to kill. Okay, let me check my one-handed skill real quick. Can I like upgrade the damage a little bit? Nope, that's the most I can do. Okay, nah. Here goes nothing. Oh, oh! Assassination. Where did the other one go? Oh, that feels good. The other guys didn't even notice? Yeah. Oh! Oh! You don't know where I am? Run! Run! You do not even know where I am. Am I here? Am I there? You never know. I'm hiding behind this flower or tree. Oh, there's two of them now. Oh god, oh god, oh god. But taking Snowy is so visible. It's so sad. Oh, someone's nearby. Someone's like directly below me because the red dots is like flying around. Oh. No, 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 no. No one's here. Nuh-uh. Dude, they have spider senses. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No one died. Okay, this guy has spider senses, which is kind of bad. Oh. Yeah, I'm so fucking dead. Oh! 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 I need to kill this guy. Thank you. I'm one with the trees. I'm one with the trees. Ooh. They sell for a little bit. Jewel necklace, nice. How does fine head look on me? How is this fine? How is this fine head? It's blocking my sights. It's literally blocking my eyes. Alright, I mean... I'm not wearing this. Is simplified versus traditional really that different? Is it just structure or full different words? Mostly structure. Even the pronunciation between traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese is I think it's pretty much the same. Just the structure of the words are different. Like how they are written is different. I think that's about it. The cake in the diamond? Diamond, mine. Fuck. Getting all the shinies. Dwemer history and culture, no dragons. Oh, would there be Lusty Argonian maid here? Nice. When the boxer's going to throw me in the river? I don't think I have the power to throw you into the river. Like, I'm so weak. So many food. You only have my weight? That doesn't mean that I can carry 50 kilograms at once. Like, I only play badminton. I don't train my strength. I do have a bit of a stamina. Right. Think that's all the gold I can get on the top floor? Question mark? Can I open up this door? Oh. Am I going to... Where am I? Oh no, this is bad. I'm already outside. Gonna get found so quickly. Oh, I see one. I see one. 2. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even have a chance. I don't even have a chance to run. Go, 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 go. Buck, 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 buck. Oh god, oh god, oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck. One with the trees. Oh, it says I'm hidden. 10 push-ups and squats. Oh yeah. I'll do it. So look, I panic very easily, alright? God, I didn't bring a bow. You wouldn't hurt a tree, would you? No. And trees are friend. Oh yeah, give me a second. I want to open up the light. It's getting dark. It's getting super dark. Okay. I'll do the workout afterwards, but I would definitely do it. If I can even get close to them. They just know where I am? Okay, you know, let's try the other way around. But if there's... I wonder if there's any other way around. I am sneaky peeky. Whoa. No, I'm not taking the boots. I'm only taking fine boots and fine clothes. And fine head. We hold you to that, Buff Bold. I appreciate that. Because I feel like I'm gonna forget about it. But I'll try my best not to. Definitely. Pitchfork? Can I use that as a weapon? I cannot equip pitchfork. That's sad. Basket tried to jump me. It's a scary basket. They're very sensitive. It's like the moment they see me, they don't even like, is someone there? They just like, found you, I'll kill you. That's tough, man. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, I'm seeing it. What if they run over here? Going up the stairs? If they go up the stairs and they see me, that's terrible. Okay, they don't. I wonder if they can see me from here. Okay. See? Fuck. Okay, this is bad. How am I supposed to go? Hi. Go. Come here. I'm done. I'm done. You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't even want to do this anymore. Nazim, go! Nazim, go! Get him! Get him, Nazim! Get him, Nazim! Go punch him! Yeah! Go, Nazim! Harris? What? Basks-In, where are you guys? You wish to defeat me? Harris and Basks-In-Darkness, oh my god! Oh, they are here! They are here! I'll just take this. Are they inside? Harris, I'm coming. I'm gonna help you. Where'd they go? Oh, are they outside? I don't know if they're outside or inside at this point. Oh. Yeah, they must be outside. Never afraid. Go, 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 go. Oh, we got bow. Okay, nice. They're gone. It's okay. I'm just gonna go in here. Whoa. You hear that? They're somewhere nearby. But I don't know where they are.
But I need that money. I earned it. I have my own expenses, you know.
Silence. Do not presume, Kisser. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have other informants who are less offensive.
But no one else has brought you such valuable information, have they? Etienne, he's talked, hasn't he? He knows where that old man is you're looking for.
Maybe they're outside, just not in the embassy. Maybe that's why you can see them. Yeah. Most likely, right?
I knew it. Everyone talks in the end. Now, I have work to do. Leave me to it if ever you want to see the rest of it.
Let me guess.
I could help you. He talked to me. He trusts me.
Someone stole your sweet roll. That's how it happened. The sweet roll, they're being taken by a bold. I need to get drunk. I need to get drunk. Okay, let's remove this. I should try to use the bow. You know, since I have stealth archer perks, so why not use them, right? Get out! Gonna hide here. Oh, are you not bad? Sorry. You was go the whole time. I took a straight roll. If I see sweet roll, it's mine. Hee hee. They're so sensitive. I'm so afraid to just move. Chancellor. That was beautiful. Okay, nothing else is here. Didn't mean to take that. Is there someone inside? Oh, I don't have lockpicks. Oh.
Mine's playing tricks on me.
Shit, 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 shit. Current status? Delphine, Ulfric Stormcloak? Do I need to read all of them? Anticipate a breakthrough in our efforts to uncover the party or power behind the dragon resurrection phenomenon. An informant has identified a possible lead, whom we have brought back to the embassy for a full interrogation. The subject is obstinate, don't know what that means. But by all indication is holding back the information we seek. I have authorized immediate manual uncoiling. I do not expect more will be necessary unless you feel time presses. There's too much words. My brain hurts. This one is taking a lot longer to... Okay. Okay. Please tell me there's a heckin' Argonian! Argonian! More Argonian! Obstinate equals stubbornly refusing to change... to change one's opinion or chosen course of action, despite attempts to persuade one to do so. Yeah, that I'm not seeing any Lusty Argonian mate books. I'm upset. I want Lusty Argonian mate books. I mean, they are Thalmor. I don't think they read those kind of books. But then again, they are Thalmor. Maybe they'll read the books. You never know. Right? You never know. They might. They just might. Wow, there's so many things to take here. Moisturize? Oh yeah. If it had to be done in secrecy, I don't think these prudish elves regard in that high esteem. Yeah, that's the thing. It has to be somewhere hidden. Thank you, Dap. How do you feel about just eating raw flour? Like this sack of flour? Just eat them raw. That's how you assert dominance. Oh, I have the key! Oh, this looks bad. No one been... Oh.
Stop, please. I don't know anything else. I think I'd have told you already.
Silence. You know the rules. Do not speak unless spoken to. Master Rollindale will ask the questions. Let's begin again.
No, for pity's
You know the
sake.
rules.
I've already told you everything.
No. I didn't mean to do that. No. I have 4 sacks of flour. I ate 10 sacks of flour. Not to assert dominance over go. Eat raw flour. Please don't actually do it. It's hazardous for your health.
Why wouldn't I tell you again? I don't even know anything. There's an old man. He lives in Riften. He could be this Esbern you're looking for, but I don't know. He's old and seemed kind of crazy. That's all I know.
Where can I hide? Where can I hide? Is this hiding? I don't know. This looks like hiding.
I know I heard something.
Nah, it's just an arrow shooting through your body. It's fine. But it's so nice and dry. No, it's not.
Must be my imagination.
It hurts. Nobody likes it dry? Oh god. Oh. Oh. Oh, they're back to their own routine now? I've become Spooder. Where's my home now? Kinda scary. I feel like if I can go down there, killing them would be a lot easier. It's always so funny. Is someone there? There's an arrow went right through my body. Someone there? The wind is so strong today. God, that's an arrow just went straight to my body. Uh-oh. Oh shit.
Must be my imagination.
It is. Please go downstairs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate your cooperation. Wee.
Hello and welcome.
Makitu. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. It's fine, right? Right? That's a very strong arrow of imagination. It feels like they're spider senses. Please die. Oh, whoa, they're so strong. What the fuck? Oh my god, they're so strong. Wow, 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 wow. Added the kobold to your collection? Nice. I do love kobolds as well. Kobolds are great. Also, hi. Hope you're doing good.
I was sure I heard something.
I was sure I heard something. Arrow to my face. Hurts. Must be my imagination. Or hallucination. This is gonna take a while. I'm not even doing a lot of damage with my archery. Oh god. This is so sad. This is good hiding. This is a good hiding place, though. That's a really nice hiding place.
Nothing here after all.
I'm sure there's nothing. Why are you suddenly making noises? Can you please don't do that?
What was that?
4, maybe 5 arrows, not terribly long. True. This is the third one, I think. What mods do I have? I have more Argonian NPC, Argonian Reptilian Feet, SKSE, Sky UI, Horns Are Forever, which the mods where they will not hide the horns of Argonians when they wear helmets. What else? Extensive follower mod, and more Argonians NPC. I think these are the mods that I have. 8 of them? About here or there. Kill. Oh, kill. Oh no, they heal. I might have to shoot 2. I might have to shoot 2 times really fast.
Nothing here after all.
I mean, they still need to sit up from the chair, which is gonna take a bit of a time. I could try it. Yeah, they know first aid. Let me try it. God. Okay, it's entirely possible. Just need to be more patient and actually hold the arrows longer. I only have 29 arrows left.
I know. Nothing here after all.
Also, if I can sneak behind them and backstab them, why not shoot head? Oh, does it do more damage when shooting the head? Head. Whoa, it really does! Oh, that's so good! Jug of milk. Got milk. Let me... Milk. Milk. Why are there so many garlics like everywhere? Oh. Hey, this is a family-friendly channel. Aspirin? Aspirin? Uh-oh. Who? What? Where? Who detected me constantly? Huh?
Listen up, spy. You're trapped in here, and we have your accomplice. Surrender immediately, or you both die.
Never mind.
Silence,
I'm dead
traitor.
already.
Move. Slowly.
Just a second. Sorry, Malborn.
He's got to be here somewhere.
She, damn it. Torn hours deep. Headshots do more damage? I sincerely have no idea. Like, because I thought it's Skyrim. It's just that arrow hit, arrow do damage. Yay, something like that. But I didn't think they are that refined. Might be a little bit offensive, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Wow, legs.
Someone there.
No! Oh my god, Nazim, help! Nazim! Tolong, saya tak mau mati. Oh god, run! Nazim, where are you going? I'll take you on this one! Oh shit, okay. Good job, Nazim. Oh, that's so fucking good. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Oh god. God, I'm tearing up. Thank you, Nazim. You know what's funny? If I hit Nazim, Nazim will actually kill me. Oh no? Okay, so I guess I was wrong. Maybe a few more times? Yeah, I leveled up! Thanks, Nazim. One shot! I love Nazim. Oh. God, it's fucking damn it, I love this game so much. You're playing on hard difficulty? I think I'm playing on one above adept. Expert, is it? Yeah, expert. Get destroyed. Sorry, Nazim. Never should have tried to destroy you.
I told you. I don't know anything else about it.
I'm not here to torture you.
What? Who? What do you want then?
No time to explain, let's get out of here. Who are you?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Who are you? Why am I trying to save you?
This way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. It must lead somewhere.
You go on ahead. I'm not done here. I'm not done.
No problem. Thanks for springing me. I owe you. Look me up in Riften if you make it out.
Oh, you're in Riften? Okay. Off we go then. There's something for me to steal? No? Alright. No one's here. Melbourne! You piece! Can you... Melbourne!
Hey, watch it!
Melbourne, I swear to fucking...
What's the hurry?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Melbourne. Thank you. You're great. You're great. You're heckin' great. I like you. You're great. Thanks, Melbourne. Oh, there's so many battles. I'm stealing your food, Legs. Because there's so many webs around here. I'm just stealing your food at this point. Haha. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life. I hope it was worth it. I should have known this would end badly. I can't believe I let Delphine talk me into this. Let's get out of here for pity's sake. Let's get out of here for pity's sake.
What's the hurry? I don't know, we just kill a bunch of guards and free the prisoner. Yeah, I think that... You need to pay for that. No! But Kobo doesn't want to give shiny. Kobo wants to keep the shiny. Alright, let's go. The trapdoor, right? You know, what if there's like a plot twist where there's like the Thalmor boss just like stand at the exit? Yeah, I was right. So there's more then, huh? There's a lot of noises. Oh, it's thralls. I think thralls are fine. I have my dagger. As long as they don't see me, then it's okay. We need to do trades and they have to be shinies. Oh.
I was sure I heard something. Huh? Someone do something.
No, you don't see me. Seriously? I cannot. This game is gonna be the end of me. Oh my god. I am literally kissing the troll. Nearsighted. I am kissing the troll. The troll is like, huh? Something's touching me. Excuse me? But what is touching me? Oh, I got an unusual gem. I got an unusual shiny. It's mine now. Malboy's already caught you? Are you sure? On second thought, you can have it. It's on the house. Oh, thank you, Lakes. Am I supposed to go here? Oh, okay, okay. Oh my god, it's so bright. My eyes are burning. Thank you, game. Lake's so nice.
No, I should have known this would end. Let's get out of here for pity's sake. Let's get out of here for pity's sake.
You didn't have to help me, so thanks. You didn't have to help me, so thanks.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do now? How do I recover my equipment? Oh, okay. Let me get my equipment. I could start the Dark Brotherhood first. You said that I need to go to Windhelm?
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard.
Oh, they're not killing me.
Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Myself? Might consider joining up myself. Naked only from now on, no equipment. Nah, but why? Hey, Dharma.
Is our most favorite company.
Feindal thinks he can woo Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already mine, I keep telling him.
Is it because of the followers too OP? I mean, they are very OP. Oh yeah, I can get... You may want to sell off some stuff first of whipping over encumbered. Oh, you're right. I took like a shitload of things. Hey, you want 10,000 of my wine? Oh wait, before that, let me just okay, good. Thank you.
I'm just a cook, lass. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men. Take a look.
Oh, that face is cursed. Why is it so scary? $5 gold. Here, you can have it. It's on the house. Alright, let me eat some cheese. That's good face. I'm scared. That face reminds me of a retail worker face. No, the forced laugh, the forced smile. Oh. Okay, 159 should be okay. Even better one now.
You made it out alive, at least. Your gear is safe in my room, as promised. Did you learn anything useful?
I think.
Really? That seems hard to believe. You're sure about that?
Are you sure about that? They're looking for someone named Asburn?
Esbern? He's alive?
Thanks, Gil. Gil, you're in the you're in between.
That crazy old man. Figures the Thalmor would be on his trail, though, if they were trying to find out what's going on with the dragons.
Asburn?
I mean, aside from wanting to kill every blade they can lay their hands on, Esbern was one of the Blade's archivists, back before the He knew everything about obsessed with it, really. Nobody paid much attention back then.
They seem to think he's hiding out in Riften?
Riften, eh? Probably down in the Ratway, then. You'd better get to Riften. Talk to Brynjolf. Oh, and when you find Esbern, if you think I'm paranoid, you may have some trouble getting... Just ask him where he was on the 30th of Frostfall. You'll know what it means.
Alright, thank you. A cornered rat.
What is it?
Oh yeah, you're right. I should probably go sell some stuff. Okay, let me go find Lucan. Gil asserting dominance by standing in between.
I don't know you.
Standing in between us. Just do some enchanting really quickly. Let me get to that level 30 enchantment.
It means so much to
Let me
us to
get that
have the claw back where it
unbreakable.
belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, so. Take a look.
Hey, do you want any of these? Not asking, take them. Nice. Yeah, I think this should be okay. 114. You can have one scroll, I guess. There.
Alright then.
Why you look so pissed? Is it because your golden claw is gone?
For a Nord village?
Why is everyone here? I'm just trying to steal something, jeez. It's a fine day with you around. Is it because I stole the thing?
There's beauty here unmatched in all of Skyrim.
Oh, I can just take things? Nice, look at that. Oh my god, get shit on me. Oh, okay.
You and me, we're the only people around who aren't complete fools.
Thanks, Lucan. You the best.
You're not from around here.
A fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword in your hands.
I guess.
What are you staring at?
Potatoes. Okay, go. Recover my things and let me go to Windhelm real quick.
What do you need?
Get out. Thank you. My ears are bleeding. Hello? Nice. I got everything big. Oh yeah, hey, you want to change some armor? Oh no. What is that? Why are you naked? Oh, okay. Oh wait, does that mean that he's actually wearing the Debellion clothes just now? Take that. You are, but it's not showing anything. I'm keeping that. I'm keeping that. That looks good on you. Basks-In-Darkness. Here, you can have these. Here, take this if you want. I'm not wearing my band of matrimony. Here, have this back. I'm at 358 over 350, so 8 more. Shouldn't be too hard, I think. Where's that lantern? You can have lantern. There, okay. Whoa. Woof. Woof. Wow. I didn't expect that. I mean, they didn't want to wear it all the time. Sorry, my throat is not feeling good. Blade sword? Oh, shit. That looks kind of cool. Is that katana? That is actually a katana. Oh my god, I want it. Thanks, Delphine. Okay, now I need to find Asper, right? But I'll leave that one for next time. For now, I'm gonna go to Windhelm and start the Dark Brotherhood thing, right? Here. Let me go look at Lift's Tail for a little bit. I miss her. I miss my wife. Oh, that's a nice scale color, by the way. I'm so one more mod I have is the 2K Argonian retexture mod.
Anything you need. The gold is flowing nicely. Here's your half of the profits, my dear.
Thanks, wife.
Here, this is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
God, she's so nice.
Take a look.
Take a look. I don't want this sword. It doesn't look as cool now. Now that I have the Blades sword, I'm keeping the Blades sword. Maybe I'll keep one. How about that? Oh, this one is so... Colovian brandy? Hey, you can have it, wife. Colovian brandy. Need some wine? Need some cheese? Need some... Boob? I have 104 red apple. What's that for life?
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Thanks, wife. Okay, let's make more beef stew. Nice. Steamed mud crab legs? Maybe not. Vegetable soup. Apple cabbage stew. Hey, wife. Where's wife? Where'd she go? I have how much? How much apple cabbage stew? Hi.
Is there anything you need? Take a look.
You can have my 44 44 apple cabbage stew. There, you're welcome. You can have 4 of my beef stew because I still need this, but here you go. 55 potatoes. Hawker stew. Yeah, you can have this. It's fine. Where's the potato? Oh, I only have 48 potatoes left. Oh, oops. You can have some vegetable soup. There you go.
Be here if you need me, love.
Thanks, wife. Alright, let's go, let's go. Windhelm. Have I been to Windhelm before? I think so. Windhelm. This Winterhold. Don't start. Mortal Solitude. Oh, there it is. Oh, I've never been to Windhelm before. But it's like very close to Kind's Grove. I can go from there. Although I don't know what to do to start a Dark Brotherhood quest though. Hey Gil, I'm trying to take an egg. Gil. Thanks. I set the marker up, right? It's north somewhere? What? God damn it. God damn it. Okay, game, not cool. Someone do something. My money's on the big one. Are they betting on the dragon to win? You know what? Fair enough. I would do too. My money's on the big one. Gosh, I'm gonna just ignore this. Alright.
Oh, great. Another wanderer. Slumming it on your way to Windhelm.
Shut up, man. Sure, I can open the map. I'm going to Windhelm really quickly. It's just being smart. I know, right? Yeah, I don't blame them. I would bet on the big one as well. Go up to Windhelm, right?
Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
I'll fucking kill you right now. Windhelm. I believe that's what they're called. Yeah, Windhelm. It's like a wind helmet. Speedrun. There's a lot of farm. Uh-oh. Don't die. Oh, thank you. Is this Windhelm? Oh, it looks kind of cool. Inside the city, there's a locked door on the right side of the city. Go inside. That's all. That's all the hint I'll give you unless you ask for more. Okay. So inside the city, a locked door on the right side of the city. Go inside. Okay. So I need to break. I need to break the lock. Break the lock.
You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Niran, yeah, house. Okay. Mama, I hate it. Going in. Oh, lucky. Hey, don't worry about this 4 Argonians in this house, alright? Don't worry about it. Is there no one here? What if I trigger the guard again and then I have to kill everyone in Windhelm? There's no one here. Unless there's some books that I need to read. Probably not. If Dark Brotherhood, to my understanding, is to kill someone, there should be someone that I need to talk to. Probably kill them to start the thing. Yeah, probably. Alright, let's go find all the house on the right side, yeah? Oh, this is the same house. This one? Calixto House of Curiosity? Calixto sounds like an Argonian name, question mark? I mean, just because it's X. Hi, anyone here? You're no Argonian, goodbye. It's supposed to be a locked door. Then I should be finding a locked door.
Secret, the Aretino boy is doing some ritual, trying to call the Dark Brotherhood.
Oh!
Who's going to stop him? Me? I have no part of that.
Who? The boy? Where? You said something about the Brotherhood. Tell me more.
Everything's all right.
No.
Hear the news? There's a dragon roosting up on Mount Anthor to the northwest.
Oh, do I actually have the quest already? It should be in miscellaneous, I think. Aretino, they say? Oh, maybe it's this one. Aretino, if I do remember correctly. Yeah. Which house is it? Okay, let me... Oh, okay.
Then it's true, what everyone is saying. That Aventus Aretino is doing the Black Sacrament?
Oh, I'm in the Dark Brotherhood thing.
Mother, sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear. Grow on, you old crone. You'll get what you deserve. The Dark Brotherhood will see to that.
What? Am I the Dark Brotherhood? Sweet mother? Are you okay, kid? Why are you trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood?
Grow on, you old crone. You'll get what you deserve.
The Wolf Queen? I'm taking that.
Will see to that.
Frost Salt?
How long must I do this? I keep praying, Night Mother. Why won't you answer me?
Oh.
Please, how long must I do this? I keep praying, Night Mother. Why won't you answer me?
Oh my god, kid. What is wrong with you?
Die, Grelod, die!
Who's Grelod?
Sweet mother, send your child unto me for the sins of the unworthy, baptized in blood and fear.
Oh my god, hi. Hey.
Grelod, you old crone, you'll get what you deserve. The Dark Brotherhood will see to that. Die, Grelod, die!
Oh my god, it's a human flesh!
Get what you deserve. The Dark Brotherhood will see to that.
It's a damn human flesh. Oh my god, it's a human heart mine.
How long must I do this?
I cannot talk to you?
Praying, Night Mother.
Is it because
Why won't you answer me?
Is it because you don't see me?
So very you've come at last. I knew you would.
Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I'm not.
It worked. I knew you'd come. I just knew it.
No, I'm not, kid.
Sacrament over and over with the body and the things, and then you came.
An
assassin from the Dark Brotherhood.
No, wait. I'm not. Yes, of course, the Black Sacrament. You know what the Dark Brotherhood would do? Remain silent.
You don't have to say anything. There's no need. You're here, so I know you'll accept my contract.
Fuck, I'm sorry. Gil, don't do that, Gil. You're not trying to summon the Black Sacrament as well. Don't do that.
I'm all alone now. So they sent me to that terrible orphanage in Riften. Honor Hall.
Oh, I need to go to Riften?
Evil, cruel woman. They call her Grella the Kind. But she's not kind. She's terrible to all of us. So I ran away and came home and performed the Black Sacrament. Now you're here, and you could kill Grella the Kind.
What the fuck? You want me to kill people? I mean, I did kill the whole Solitude.
Sorry. To be honest, I'm kind of lonely here. As much as I hate to return to Honor Hall, I really miss my friends there.
What's going on behind the kid? Gil is trying to perform the Black Sacrament. Oh, it's not Gil, it's Harris. Harris, I swear to God, what is wrong with you? Harris, stop! No. No, 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 no. Do not do that. Do not. Yes. Do not. Alright? Don't do it. Yes. That's right. We're gonna get out of here. This place cursed. It's definitely a glitch. Oh, no, no. I actually know what's going on. It's like, because I have the extensive follower mods on, so in some like furniture have some sort of a special animation they can interact with. The follower will do it. Like if they see a chair, they'll sit on it. If they see like a place where they can loiter, they'll just like stand here and just like loiter a little bit. Yeah, that's like the extensive follower mod thing, which is very fucking cool. Not gonna lie, I'm loving the mod so much. All right, you want me to kill Grelot the Kind? You said. Well, for Dop, I'll do it. What a way to shift the blame. Oh god, I'm terrible. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, Dop, wait a minute.
Yes.
Oh god. Alright. Hey, where's Greta the Kind? No, you're trying to mess with Madasi, I'll kill you. Anyone who's trying to mess with an Argonian, I'll kill you. Where's the thing? Oh, this one, right? Innocence Lost? Oh wait, you are... Oh, you want to find... Oh. Oh, is this Honor Hall? Looks like Honor Hall Orphanage. Alright, going in. You know how we do this, right? I don't know how Dark Brotherhood do it, but hey, my way is... How can I kill... Oh, I have an idea. I wonder if they will like make them fly away.
Nobody needs you. Nobody wants you. That, my friends, is why
Oh, someone has killed Grillin.
Oh shit! In front of the kids! Shut up, Gil! Yeah, oh my god, the kids! That's fucked! Oh my god!
What happened?
It's fine, Hottie, it's fine. It's fine, Bask. Look, you're hot, that's good enough, alright? Hey, can I take the pig children? A trauma-free death? Oh my god. What have I done? Where is it? Gosh, I cannot read this book. Well. Hey, Constance.
When he said those things about killing Grillid, I never imagined he was serious.
Are you Aratino?
When Ventus escaped, Grillid got meaner than ever. I really thought she was going to kill one of us. Guess not.
I will.
Kill one person and you can solve so many problems. I wonder if the possibility.
Oh no, I'm
Aventus
I'm
took on.
enabling the kids. Oh.
Things about killing Grelid. I never imagined.
I'm enabling the kids. Hey, you wanna talk to me? You wanna talk to me? If you were to tell the guards about this, if you were to tell the guards about this, you know you would die, right? There's 4 Argonians here, in your face. Do not tell the guards. I swear to God, if I see any guards mentioning about me killing Granot, the daggers would be on your back next time. All right? Look, I may be a kobold, but I'm scary. I can be a scary kobold. All right, job's done. Job's done. The enabler. Shut the fuck up. Oh god. Help. Why? There's too many kids' noises. Help. Why am I stuck here? I saw you were trying to get out. I'm looking at you. Peasant's voice. Job's done. Well, what game is that from again? I don't remember. Job's done. Warcraft? Dota 2? I never played Warcraft though. Shit, how do I know about that voice then? Weird. Alright, now I just need to go back to... Tell Aaron, Aventus, Aretino that Greylord is dead. Greylord is dead. Okay. You know how I'm gonna do it? I'm gonna do it the legit way. Hi. A Kajiti here?
Scully, if you know what's good for you.
Alright. You don't see me. You don't see me. You don't know where I am. You don't even know where I am. That's right. No. You actually didn't see me? Okay, now you talk to kid and then you sleep? Okay. I mean, the job's done is like, yeah, it is truly very well known, I would say. I mean, even I, the one that never played any Blizzard games a lot, like, I've heard of Dota, but I never played it. Because every time, I'm a fighting game player lah, and then I ask my friends like, oh, no, my friend tell me that, hey, you know I'm a gamer, it's like, oh shit, what game you play, And then they're like, Dota 2, Overwatch, I play those games, I'm a gamer. It's like, okay lah, ayo, gamer lah, I see lah, gamer lor. you gamer, you play only Dota and Overwatch, you tell me you gamer, I cry. It's so sad. Like almost a lot, like most of my friends, like they say that they're a gamer. It's like, oh shit, what games do you play? And it's like Dota 2, Overwatch. Like, Great, the Kind is dead.
I knew you could do it. I just knew it. I knew the Dark Brotherhood would save me. Here, just like I promised. This should fetch you a nice price. Thank you. Thank you again.
I want your blood. I want your blood. Arentino family heirloom? Is that like a... Oh, it is. Ooh, can I sell this? But it's only for 100 gold. See if I stand here and see who will do the Black Sacrament. Hey Gil, are you gonna do it? Hey Gil, are you gonna do it? Where's the other... Harris? Bask? Good. Guess we done our lesson. Going Asian Lambo all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, it's a Malaysian. Sometimes I just can't help but, you know, let loose a little bit. I remember playing Warcraft 2 back in the day. I always got excited when finally getting to Deathwing. Deathwing is cool. I know who Deathwing is because I played a little bit of Heroes of the Storm back then. But I only see other people use Deathwing. I never got to use it because it's so hard to get Deathwing. Okay, where do I sleep? Can I sleep at Aventus Aretino's house? Is there a bed there? Where's the inn? I'm gonna go find it. I never been to Windhelm before. Hey, is there a note? Master Aventus Aretino? Jarl Ulfric Stormcroak wishes to express his deepest sympathies at the death of your mother, Nalia. Unfortunately, because you are fatherless and have no other known relation, the Jarl cannot allow you to remain in your home unsupervised. Therefore, in no more than a week's time, you are to report to Honor Hall Orphanage in Riften, where you will reside until your 16th birthday. The Aretino family home in the city of Windhelm will, of course, remain your property. Oh, that's sad. Nah. Deathwing is very high risk, not so much of a high reward kind of champion. I guess if I get to play Deathwing, I don't even know how to play the game anymore. I just look at I'll just look at Deathwing all the time, and then my teammate's like, "Where my teammate ah?" It's like I don't know. Deathwing looks good. Hee hee. Hee hee. Maybe you walk outside, wait for like 48 hours, you get, you got mail. Then you sleep. It's been a long time since I played.
Oh, pardon me. Was I in your way?
Yeah. I still don't like the waiting feature. Because it's just like my character is just standing in one place for that amount of time, which is kind of torturing. It's just how I feel anyway. Hey Bask, you look good today. More? Hi. Swims in shadows? Oh, you and Bass would be such a good couple. I mean, the color-wise, right? Color-wise. Look at that! A couple made in heaven. Oh, I shipped them. I shipped them. That building? This one? Match starts, somebody picks Deathwing and goes just looking at them all game, not even moving out the fountain. Most likely. Are you in?
Got some fresh baked bread and good cheese if you're... Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Thank you.
I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Why?
Stay, and don't break nothing.
Why do you speak all... Why does all your sentence ends with a question mark? Enjoy your stay. Don't break anything. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Like, God.
She was such a helpful young lass. You know about Talos? He founded the Empire.
I own Hollifrost
Where's my
Farm
room?
outside the city. It's
Who's that?
work, if a bit dull.
Oh, that's Gil, sorry. Where's my room? I was following you. Where's my room? Where's my room?
We're the only temple in Skyrim that can openly worship Talos.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Why would you do that? It's just here. No, next time, you little shit. They go to the second floor, went down the stairs, went up the stairs, went down the stairs. And then go... Fuck's sake, I don't know anymore.
Got some fresh baked bread and good cheese if you're after a bite to eat.
Nothing.
Mind you don't get fresh with Susanna. She plays the flirt, but it's just to get good tips.
Black? It's called an inflection in the voice? So it's normal then? Oh, how do I get mail? You got mail. Courier. Is courier here? Oh. Let's go find my wife. I'll go sleep with my wife for 24 hours. Wait for the courier to come. That'd be great.
Yes?
Wife!
You tried mercenary work? Sometimes I miss the soldier's life.
I'll kill you. Get out.
My daughter in my arms. I know I made the right choice.
Is there anything you need, dearest?
What if I sell the blade sword? Nola.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Why is there no dialogue that lets me sleep with, like, that let me choose to sleep with Liv-Tail? Is there not like a dialogue where it's like, hey yo, I want to sleep with you? It's like, yeah, let's go, let's do it. Oh oh god, wife. Oh fuck, am I dead? Hi.
Sleep well?
Mm-hmm.
Does it matter? You're warm, dry, and still very much alive. That's more than can be said for old Grelod.
You know about that?
Half of Skyrim knows. Old hag gets butchered in her own orphanage. Things like that tend to get around. Oh, but don't misunderstand. I'm not criticizing. It was a good kill.
Thanks.
Old Crone had it coming. And you saved a group of urchins to boot.
Urchins.
But there is a slight problem.
I don't think I like where this is going. Because I need a different kind of mod for that. Oh. I need it. I need it. Remain silent. I'll be the silent brotherhood. How about that? I mean, I'm not even in the brotherhood. I don't think I like where this is going. This is more like me.
You see, that little Aretino boy was looking for the Dark Brotherhood. For me and my associates.
You guys are not even helping.
Grelod the Kind was, by all rights, a Dark Brotherhood contract. A kill that you stole.
Oh, you guys suck then.
A kill you must repay.
What? They suck. The Dark Brotherhood sucks. Goddamn, the kid has been there for months, years. God knows how long Adventus Aretino has been there, and it's like, oh, and then I go kill Grelod. It's like, it's my kill, stupid. Now you have to pay. Then pay with your blood, something like that. It's like, fuck you, man. Do it earlier. Just be sure to play off stream with that on. You could tell me about the mod too.
Well now, funny you should ask. If you turn around, you'll notice my guests. I've collected them from, well, that's not really important. The here and now. That's what matters.
What do you want me to do?
You see, there's a contract out on one of them, and that person can't leave this room alive. But, which one? Go on. See if you can figure it out.
You want me to do puzzles?
Make your choice. Make your kill. I just want to observe and admire.
Remain silent. I love how there's a choice of remain silent all the time. Nah, I'm already in part of this insanity. I already killed Grelod the Kind. Saying this is just stupid at this point. Remain silent.
Am I to take your silence as acceptance?
No, I'll kill you.
Then you know where we stand. Make your kill and we're square. Repayment of your debt is but a discreet knife thrust away.
With friends like these. Kill one of the captives? What am I trying to do? Nice house you got there. Here, give me... give me a second to think about this, alright? Thank you. just let me sleep for 2 hours. Thank you very much. Alright, I'm awakened and feeling rested. Let me just take things real quick. Don't worry about it. Hey, just don't mind me, alright? I'm just trying to get something here. Don't worry about it. Is there like a hint somewhere that I need to know? Maybe if I talk to you again. Ashrid?
The anticipation is killing me. Can you figure out who has the contract? Which one will you choose?
How the fuck am I supposed to
The
know?
anticipation is killing me. Can you figure out who has the contract? Which one will you choose?
Whoever this is, clearly we got off on the wrong foot. But no worries. This is not the first time I have been bagged and dragged.
Khajiit.
Get these things off of me.
I can hear you talking out there. Please let me go. I've done nothing to you.
I guess I have to talk to them.
Come now, whatever the problem, we can talk about it like civilized folk.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello? Hello? I know you are listening.
Would someone pay to have you killed?
Me? Are you serious?
Come on, you can tell me we're all friends here. Answer me or I'll paint this room with your blood. Huh, do I intimidate or do I persuade? I mean, am I intimidating? I don't think I am. But then we are all friends here. It's just a blatant, straight up goddamn lie. There's no way we are friends here. They are being tied up, bagged. And then you're telling them, it's like, I'm your friend. Sure. I'll intimidate you. I mean, it's the only fair thing to do, I guess.
Fool, don't you get it? I live in the shadow of death every day. A knife in every doorway. A knocked arrow on every rooftop. If one of my enemies would not pay to have me killed, I would take it as a personal insult.
Who are you?
Varsha, at your service. Obtainer of goods, taker of lives, and defiler of daughters. Have you not heard of me? Perhaps I will have my people carve my name in your corpse as a reminder.
I kind of like Fasha.
Tell you what, you release me, and I promise my associates will not hunt you down like an animal and butcher you in the street. It is a win-win.
Do you even know who I am, Fasha? I mean, just because you're a Khajiit, I'll definitely not choose you.
Cowards. Stealing a woman from her home. For shame.
I'll kill you.
None of your damn business who I am. If you're going to kill me, just do it already.
Oh, good.
Edmara is my witness. If I didn't have this hood on right now, I would spit right in your face.
You could spit in the hood.
Excuse me. What kind of question is that?
One last time, would someone pay to get you killed? It's alright to tell everyone to know.
I'm kneeling here with my hands bound and a sack over my head. And you have the gall to ask me that?
Uh-huh.
What do you think, genius?
Is that a rhetorical question? Yes or no? I don't know. What do I think, genius? If you don't tell me, I don't know. Do you think I'm a genius? Oh, fuck you. I'll kill you.
I can hear you talking out there. Please let me go. My name is Full-Time. I'm a soldier. Well, mercenary, really. You know, a sellsword. I've lived in Skyrim all my life. That's all. I'm a nobody, really. So, can't you just let me go?
It's a cute name. Full-Time the Fearless. Full-Time.
What? Oh, God. I don't want to die.
Feels like it's you.
Please. I don't know. I mean, I'm a soldier. I've killed people when I was ordered to. Maybe there was some times.
Oh.
Sometimes I got carried away.
Oh.
But war is war, right? Nobody could blame me for that. Could they?
They could. They very well could.
What did I do?
Right?
Please, whatever.
A kill is a kill.
Come now, whatever the... Hello? Have you not heard of me? Perhaps I will have my people.
So do I just kill like this? I don't know. I'm not gonna save scum this. Alright, I'm not gonna save scum this. I'm killing full-time the fearless. Alright? That in game, don't ban me, Twitch. In game, whoever's name is full-time, I'm not going to hurt you in any way possible. It's only for game purposes. Do not ban me, Twitch. I'm playing a game, purely fictional, not real. Okay? For the record. Alright? Here we go.
And I promise my associates will not hunt you down like an animal and put you in the
Hey, there's something. Execution hood. Dude, can I just like kill my No. Oh, that is actually scary as fuck. Can I wear this? Can I wear Okay. Well, I certainly can wear that. I can't. This game's so good. Alright, I did what I did. I cannot move my mouse. My mouse is dead! What do you mean? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Where's my cable when I need it? Oh, no. Yeah? No, it's not this one. Shit. There's way too many cables around here. I think it's this one? It's so short, though. Oh, I have an idea. I'm sorry, give me a second. There. Okay. So, oh, mama. What you want? What you want? I bet you. I tell you. You should kill them all. It stopped you right before talking to her. I'm actually curious though. If I mean, of course, if I kill them all, it's probably gonna do something different. The game has taught me that this game is very intricate. Like, quite intricate. So I'm pretty sure if I kill them all, I'll have a different interaction. Can I plug this in? Sorry, give me a second. There we go. It's been plugged. Hi, Wings of Fire. Hi. Welcome. Okay, got it. I actually hate you.
What's happening? Damn it, what are you doing?
But I like Vasha.
No. Whatever the problem, we can talk about it like civilized folk.
Dub.
Off of me.
I am very
Cowards. Stealing a woman from her home. For
yeah, except Vasha. Yeah, Vasha is a kitty. He didn't do anything. Vasha is great. I can I can't get the execution hood again. It's so funny to me that I can wear... Like, imagine someone just like, oh, I got this hood. Let me put it on. Alright. Hey, I did it, Astrid.
The blubbering barbarian and the tenacious mother. Must have been one of them, right?
Maybe. Oh, do you speak differently? Shit, I didn't hear what you said. Oh my god.
The blubbering barbarian and the tenacious mother. Must have been one of them, right?
You told me to kill, and I killed.
Indeed. For you, my friend, seem to understand what's truly important. When I give an order to spill blood, you follow it. No questions, no remorse.
I guess.
Of course.
I'm free to go?
And you've repaid your debt in full. Here's the key to the shack. But why stop here? I say we take our relationship to the next level. I would like to officially extend to you an invitation to join my family, the Dark Brotherhood. In the southwest reaches of Skyrim, in the Pine Forest, you'll find the entrance to our sanctuary. It's just beneath the road, hidden from view. When questioned by the Black Door, answer with the correct passphrase, "Silence, my brother." Then you're in, and your new life begins. I'll see you at home.
Huh.
Come now, whatever the problem.
Bye bye, Pasha. Ew, holy shit. You is like, what's happening? Whoa. So now I'm in the, well, I'm not in the Dark Brotherhood yet, but do I do Dark Brotherhood? Is Dark Brotherhood like a point of no return? Like if I do Dark Brotherhood, is bad things gonna happen to me? I don't know. It's all part of the game. You know what? How about that? The next time I play this, let's continue with the Dark Brotherhood stuff. Because it's not the mainline story, right? Yeah, let's do Dark Brotherhood next time I play this. Because I am getting kind of hungry. Let me check the time real quick. It's 8? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bonk the mic. It's already 8. All good. All good. Don't worry about it. It's only 8 p.m. Only. I cannot. Alright, let me see if I can conjure Bound Bow. 173. I don't think I have enough for 173. Oh, I can. Oh. 100 arrow? How strong is this? Hey, who wants to take a shot? Nah, I don't dare. I don't want to shoot any one of you. You guys are too nice. Is that mud crabs I see? No, it's a bunai. 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 Hi. Sorry, I just really cannot aim. So is this like permanent until I sheath my weapon? The bound bow? Oh, can I also sneak kill with bound? I'm pretty sure I can, right? Not the bunai too. The bunai. I'll kill it for meat. Cowboy's hungry. Cowboy want food. Hi. Oh wait, this is Ustengrav. The abandoned shack is actually so close to Ustengrav? Oh my god. And then we have Genstack ruins. I have plenty of time to test it out tomorrow. Oh well, not really tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure tomorrow I'm gonna play some Switch games. The 44 apple and cabbage stew's not enough. Well, that's for my wife. Actually, I have 10 beef stew. Should be enough. I have 53 potatoes. Oh, I wish I could find mud crabs around here. Because I have a mod. Oh yeah, there's one more mod for mud crabs. I have Crab Renzi on. It's like the funniest shit ever. Every time I hear the Crab Ramsey, I will cry. 50 plus 60 apples. I'm set for life. Imagine taking an apple a day, keep the doctor away, literally. I can survive for... Who? What? Where? Oh. You want this? You want this? I have the bow now, bitch. Woo! Hey, man. Because you're very hard, I'm not gonna shoot you. Oh, look at that arrow. That's so cool. I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm hungry. I want food. Oh. Is it bugged? I think the game is bugged. Uh oh. Hey, can you get some crumb? Can you get some ore out of this? Did I bug the game somehow? Is it because I tried to shoot Basks-In-Darkness and now the game hates me? Oh no. Oh no. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Cute. Oh, okay, thank you. Alright, I am gonna save here. And I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. Hehe. Yeah, this fate is very stingy. Oh. Can you mine? Oh, God, you look hot though. Alright, all good, all good. I am hungry. I want food. Okay, let me just change to this one. And then enlarge. Doop, doop. There. Look at that hotkeys, very nice. Oh, you know what? I remember. Lex, I remember the workout. I'll do it. My brain is something else today. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. You want me to do 2D? Fine, I'll do it. Uh-huh. It will not scare me anymore. Look at that. Won't work out, I'll put it here. Double the workout, double the buff bold. Who are you going to raid? You have any idea? Because I always have like indecisiveness, not too sure who to raid. Let me do this real quick. Danyard? I'll check them out afterwards. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here, Dub. Big appreciate to all of you being here. This cutie, you're just trying to lick everyone, don't you? You're just trying to lick everyone. I need to do 20 of these, alright? I'm doing it. Who's cheating? Hi. Raid bold. Oh. Okay, here we go, another set. Well, not another set. This is still the first set, still. Ooh. Oh god. My legs are burning. Huh? Did the option not work? Or is it just Hamburg? Did you throw Hamburg? I didn't see it. I think that was Hamburg. Let me try again. Yeah, okay. It still works. Oh wait, you can redeem more? I thought I put it as 3 times. No, I'll do... I do one more set? I'll refund you this one. Still need to catch my breath. No. Okay, there you go. Sorry, I'll do one more set. Oh, okay. I will moisturize, thank you. It's 8 AM? Huh? Okay, go rest, go rest. Thank you. Okay, one more set. Sorry, I bonked the mic again. Thanks for hanging around, Dom. Really appreciate. Yeah. Alright, almost done. Just a bit more. Oh, wait, Cheesecake is still streaming? Wait, give me a second. How is Cheesecake still streaming? Is Cheesecake doing some sort of a subathon, question mark? 18 hours? Oh. He might be doing some sort of subathon. Okay, here we go. The last set. Oh, okay. Ooh, cheesecake. The edible cheesecake. Oh, okay. Sorry if I'm breathing very loud. I need to catch my breath a little bit. Oh god. Oh yeah, there it is. The cheesecake. Okay. Let me look at Dan Yard. Amnesia Rebirth. Ah, but then there's cheesecake though. I kind of want to rate cheesecake though, because I don't really have a chance to rate them. Maybe it's a simp. Yeah, I'm gonna go rate cheesecake. I'll keep Danyard in my notes then. Oh shit. I'm okay. Just gonna need some time. I have a few here actually. Let me see. Yeah. There's no he barely swim. Oh, makes sense. I mean, I have my note here. Yeah. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Lex. Big appreciate. Oh, that guy's already in my list. I have that Strange Wolf, Danyard, Flyby, Osiris Crafter. Yeah. That means I didn't check a lot. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna rate Cheesecake Durgan. Let me just plug things real quick. Coffee, hi. Sorry you came into a weird moment where I'm just trying to catch my breath. It's nothing weird, I promise. It's nothing weird. Also, I hope you're doing good. You're the delightful one as well. Here, let me summon Bernie. Snakatitis.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, I have Discord. And socials. Ah, thank you, Lex. Big appreciate. Starving? Honestly? Me too. I want food. And after that workout, yeah. It makes the food even more tastier. Then I'll just keep it short and sweet then. Let me type in the rate to Cheesecake Durgan. Such an adorable name. Cheesecake Durgan. Dirk. Tomorrow I'll most likely be playing some Switch games lah. Because I did say that I want to play Pokemon Scarlet today, but in the end I didn't. Because my family wants to use the Switch system, so I didn't do it. But it's fine, you know, I had fun with Skyrim. Skyrim is great, Solitude is gone. Goodbye Solitude. So yeah, they are good being, they are very good being. Dirk, okay nah. Then before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? Know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. Very valuable. Very valuable, okay? So Yeah, he comes straight to Cheesecake Durgan. Wow. Stinky. Stinky. Like Stinky. Quick, what? What quick, huh? Oh, let's change it up. McD. Cobra wants to eat cheese cake. Cobra wants to eat cheesecake. There we go. Cobra wants to eat cheesecake. Mmm. I crave cheesecake. Lex so stinky. Lex ate so much beans. How much bean did you have? Oh, I see, Kavi. Prepare. The brace. Prepare for impact. I want to nom cheesecake. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Be safe. Much love, much love. Bye 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 bye.